Neighbors' dogs are barking. AC is off. We're ready to go.
We were both young when I first saw you. Close my eyes and the flashback star. You're standing there on a balcony in summer air. See the lights, see the party, the ball gown. See me make my way through the crowd to say hello. Little did you know I was Romeo, I was throwing pebbles, and your daddy said stay away from Juliet. You were crying on your staircase, begging me please don't go. And I said, yes, Juliet, are you with me? Rain is falling down on the sidewalk. I won't go till you come outside. You said, Romeo, take me somewhere we could be alone. I'll be waiting, all that's left to do is shine. You be the prince and I'll be the princess. It's a love story, baby, now run, baby, run. Don't ever look back. Don't tear us apart if we give them the chance. Don't sell your heart, don't say we're not meant to be. Run, baby, run. Forever we'll be you and me. So I sneak out to the garden to see you. We keep quiet cause we're dead if they knew. So close your eyes, escape this town for a little while. I was Romeo, you were Scarlet Letter, and your daddy said stay away from Juliet. You were everything I wanted. You're begging me please don't go. And I said lace up your shoes, hey oh, nice joy. Run, baby, run. Don't ever look back. Don't tear us apart if we give them the chance. Don't sell your heart, don't say we're not meant to be. Run, baby, run. Forever we'll be. We're tired of waiting, wondering if I was ever coming around. Faith in me is fading. When you met me on the outskirts of this town, and you said, Romeo, save me. I've been feeling so alone. I keep waiting for you, but you never come. It's this in my head, I don't know what to think. Then I knelt to the ground and said, run, baby, run. Don't ever look back. Don't tear us apart if we give them the chance. Don't sell your heart, don't say we're not meant to be. Run, baby, run. Forever we will be you and me. You and me. You and me. It's a love story, baby, just check out.
Double cup sipping, come try something different. I just drank up all the soda, got no ticket, but I'm tripping. Yeah, everything is spinning, slowing down my vision. I'm a pouring up the soul, like fuck my inhibition. Yeah, she didn't wanna try it, said it might fuck her night up, but I know that she like it. Lit the blunt and let me light up the purple in my swisher, purple in my white cup. Yeah, I fuck with the activists. You can't get it like us, no. My cup's so full it might spill. Y'all are talking too fast, yeah. I'll sell you a chill pill. You overdosing, drinking. What the fuck you thinking? Yeah, I could tell it's fake, cause when you pouring it ain't sinking. Morning and a cholo, all decked out in polo. All their bitches love me, so they wanna take a photo. Oh baby, by the measure, I do this for pleasure. If you're looking for that real baby, you can do no better, no.
Good morning. Hello. Welcome to Towel News. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's one of those mornings where you got to sip your coffee slow. It's 7 a.m. on the dot here in Boston, Massachusetts. It's Monday, August 3rd, 2026. That would make it 1 p.m. in South Africa, 2 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 2:30 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. We got a lot to go over this morning. Freedom Keeper, thank you so much for your kind super chat. Really enjoy watching your success. Well, I just enjoy being able to inform you all about the various goings-ons in the world. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Now, I don't think that wonderful singer in the intro song was talking about sipping coffee slow, you know what I'm saying? You know, she can tell it's fake because when you pour it, it ain't sinking, you know what I'm saying? If you know, you know. But anyway, if you are drinking coffee this morning on another glorious, albeit slightly rainy, morning here in Boston. Maybe you're out in California. Maybe the sun's about to rise over a bright and early and shining day, wherein the warm weather is enveloping the Golden Coast and the San Francisco Bay Bridge. I hope you're having a wonderful morning if you're up at about 4 a.m. on your morning drive out in California. I just wanted to say that because I was thinking about the song, We Built This City on Rock and Roll, and the random radio announcer in the song just is like, it's another beautiful day over the Golden Gate Bridge. Now, if you think about that song, We Built This City on Rock and Roll, it's really the epitome of corporate hypocrisy, because the lyrics are railing on, like, corporate rock, and the song itself is the embodiment of corporate commercial 1980s rock. Now, it's not to say it's not a great song, but I just was thinking about that, as one is wont to do. Alexandra says, miss you, Grant. Thank you for trusting me to be a mod. Miss you so much. I can't wait to see you again. It's great to see you all. You know, I missed you all over this weekend. God bless you, Andrea, Alexandria. What a wonderful name. God bless you all. I missed you over the weekend as well. A few things. So here's what was going on. I went to the driving range. Now, I can show you some videos of that. I don't think that's really the most important thing in the world. Hello, Miss Kate. It's good to see you. Hello, Tizzle. I don't think Towel going to the driving range. We can do a Towel sports update. It's really not the most important thing in the world, but I did go to the driving range. It kind of hurt. I was in a lot of pain for like 3 days. I couldn't really move. I was having trouble getting out of bed. I had headaches. I was in a lot of pain. It was not a good idea for Towel to go to the driving range. Anyway, I hit the golf ball. I did a pretty good job. People, during our Towel sports update, we'll do the Towel top 10. Maybe it's the Towel not top 10. It was actually pretty good. People thought I had a good golf swing, so we'll do that. Julie Jensen, thank you so much for your support. You're wonderful, my dear friend. God bless you. Happy Monday, Grant and Towels. Happy Monday to you as well, and God bless you, Julie. You are wonderful. Thank you all so much for your support of Towel Channel. Looks like we're definitely going to get some goat videos today. I know a lot of you have been goat video deprived. Woe be it unto me to deprive you of your goat videos. That should be some kind of violation of intergalactic towel law. In any event, good morning. It's so nice to see some of you. We have things to talk about. You might have said, Grant, I waited all weekend because I figured you were going to go live because Mr. President Trump was threatening to bomb the Iranians. Then Mr. President Trump never bombed the Iranians. What happened, Grant? Well, Sarah, it's so good to see you, my friend. I got lots of things to tell you. First of all, Mr. President Trump was totally going to bomb the Iranians. But then Saudi Arabia reached out to Mr. President, and I think what Saudi Arabia said was like, listen, bruh, to be using the layman's parlance, listen, bruh, we're going to sell U.S. Treasury bonds and stocks in U.S. companies to cover the war damages. if you do this. And if you do this, if you attack Iran to try to pressure them, if you attack their energy infrastructure or their bridges, they're going to bomb Ras Laffan in Qatar. They're going to bomb the south of UAE. They're going to bomb Dubai. They're going to bomb Western corporate offices. They're going to bomb multiple gas fields in Saudi Arabia. They're going to disrupt LNG transportation, this being the Iranians. They're going to hit Jordan. They're going to hit the south of Israel from Tel Aviv south. They're going to hit Iraq, and they're going to pummel Kuwait and Bahrain. And then they're going to invade Kuwait, frankly. But most importantly, for any Saudi Arabian war damages incurred, I think the MBS told Mr. President, we're going to sell U.S. Treasuries bonds and our U.S. stock holdings, because the kingdom has a very powerful, what's called sovereign wealth fund, that like invests in foreign states and companies. And I think I think MBS threatened Mr. President and was like, we're going to pull out, we're going to crash your economy if you do this. And he bailed. Mr. President Trump, it was the biggest taco. We've had 37 tacos. Trust me, I've been keeping track. This was the biggest taco anyone's ever tacoed. Now, you might be saying, Grant, you're being a little harsh. No, I'm not. American military prestige is taking a beating right now on the international scene. We're being cornered into a very ineffective empire. And you know what happens when people smell blood in the water with empires? They eat you alive, and they take your holdings, and they diversify them, to put it in colonial parlance. This was a very bad idea. You either had to win this war, or you had to negotiate a exit from the war that allowed both sides to save face. You cannot lose the war and reduce American military deterrence. That's what's happening. Iran didn't even have to threaten. Because Iran threatened Saudi Arabia stopped the strikes. And it wasn't the UAE, let's be clear. The UAE is like a vassal state of Israel. The UAE wants to unload on Iran, and they can and will do so. It's Saudi Arabia, in particular, who has the influence and the wealth and the control over American financial holdings to actually do something. Thank you for that flow state. What a wonderful flow state emoji. I like that so much. All right, so let's take a listen to Mr. President Trump. We got to start there, and then the real reason why I'm doing this stream is we have to listen to what the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson said this morning, because all of the news coming out from Al Jazeera is wrong about Qatar and Pakistan going to mediate with Iran. That's just wrong. Okay? Second of all, there is no ongoing negotiations between the United States and Iran. I'm going to play you the Iranian Foreign Minister speaking, the spokesman, which I translated from Farsi to English for you. I did the whole thing. It took like an hour and a half. It took just an unfathomable amount of time to translate all that Farsi into English and then encode it as subtitles. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to listen to it. We're going to listen to Mr. President Trump speaking last night. Then we're going to listen to the Iranian foreign minister. He had the spokesman. He had a lot of interesting things to say, especially denying everything you're going to hear Mr. President say, gaggling with the press last night on Air Force One. So we're going to start off with Mr. President. This was last night, Sunday, August 2nd. He's going to explain why there was no major attack on Iran this weekend. Then, as is wont to happen, the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman began his Monday briefing a few hours later. Remember, Iran's like 7.5 hours ahead of America. So at about 4 a.m. Eastern Time, the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson is setting the tone for the week, and he just humiliated Mr. President Trump. So we're going to start with President Trump's remarks last night on Air Force One, uploaded by the White House. Let's take a listen. It's about 7 minutes. Welcome to Towel News. Good morning. My name is Grant Smith Ellis.
Hi, everybody. So go ahead.
What prompted you to call out the strikes last night?
I was asked to by Saudi Arabia, by UAE, and by Qatar, and by Iran. We were all set to go.
Un momento, por favor. Mi amigo Francisco Castillo está aquí. If you've never been here before, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to pause. When my friend Francisco Castillo is here, he gets a personalized news report in Spanish. So please forgive me, I need to take like 60 seconds. And if you speak Spanish, you'll benefit from this as well. Hola, amigo. Hoy tenemos muchas cosas que está ocurriendo. Primero, el spokesman, the spokesman del Iran's foreign ministry, se dice muchas cosas sobre semana, la semana pasada, el fin de semana la pasada, the previous weekend. Entonces tenemos que escuchar que Mr. President se dice a los periodistas ayer, anoche, para 7 minutos. Después necesitamos escuchar al Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman para obtener información sobre Mr. President que le gusta usar palabras que no reflectan el realidad on, the ground. Y después tenemos que comparar las palabras del el presidente de los Estados Unidos y las palabras del Iran's foreign minister, y entonces nosotros tenemos que entender posible que está ocurriendo, pero no hay bombas que le fusilarte al Irán o a los estados en el Persian Gulf el fin de la semana pasada. ¿Entiendes? Bien. También necesitamos hablar en inglés este momento porque muchas personas no entienden español aquí. All right, so there you go. That was your Spanish update. It's so good to see you, Francisco. Did I see my friend Ifti Ahmad is here as well? Hello, Ifti Ahmad. I've missed you as well, my friend. What a ridiculous weekend. All right, so the very first question, of course, to Mr. President Trump was, why did you call off the strikes this weekend? Now, if you were wondering what I was saying to my friend Francisco, I was basically explaining to him that there were no strikes this weekend, but things are just chaotic because Mr. President said some things last night, okay, about why the strikes were called off. And then this morning, the Iranian foreign minister said some other things. Oh, también, Francisco, tenemos una situación del Saudi Arabia, porque Saudi Arabia posible, se dice al President Trump, si tú, President Trump, fusilarte bombas al Irán, entonces nosotros, Saudi Arabia, vamos a sell los stocks de los Estados Unidos, porque Saudi, vía the Sovereign Wealth Fund, tiene muchas stocks de los Estados Unidos, companies y treasury bonds, ¿sí? So, no sé por qué President Trump no fusilarte bombas al Irán este fin de semana pasada, pero tenemos que entender hoy. All right, so there we go. So, and then I said Saudi Arabia also possibly threatened President Trump with selling American stocks and treasury bonds, and that's also why President Trump might have called off the strikes. So let's take a listen. Hi, Spacey. Good to see you. Yeah, frankly, I don't think it's a matter of advice. I think it's Mr. President Trump's cornered. The economy is in tough shape. It could get worse, where it's a bubble, right? The real estate market. Look at housing prices right now. They're completely fake. They're going to pop, all right? The student loan bubble is precarious because of all the payment defaults that are going to come up because all the waivers were rescinded, all right? And what happens when the housing market collapses in America and the student loan bubble pops? That stock growth that you've been seeing is going to go out the window, all right? And furthermore, Iran has like tactical leverage over the way oil is traded, so they can just make the price go up and down at their whim just by saying things, and they can do it a lot more effectively than Mr. President Trump making remarks. And then third of all, it's just a question of interceptors. So if we don't have enough PAC-3 Patriot interceptors to deal with Iranian hypersonics, especially in the Mediterranean to protect Israel and Cyprus, I mean, what are we doing? We're going to have to pull out of Bahrain and Kuwait. We're going to have to abandon the region. And so that's where we are. Mr. President Trump doesn't have a way out. You can't bomb Iran into submission. They'll just go 500 meters under granite rock and you'll never get them. And then they'll just keep moving their missile production facilities and building new tunnels, and they'll always have launch capabilities, and they have a stronger strategic deterrent with the Khorram Shahars than we do, frankly, with our air superiority over a majority of Iran. So we're cornered. And I know this analysis like to a T. The U.S. is cornered. And we don't have a lot of friends. We don't have a lot of missiles. And frankly, I'm not really sure what we're doing right now. Something bad has happened. I think Bibi tried to pressure Mr. President Trump into attacking. And then Bibi, who is facing an election in like 2 months, was trying really hard. And the reality is the Middle Eastern countries, Saudi, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, probably, they have more influence over Mr. President than Bibi. Even Lebanon's government, I would argue Hezbollah, has more influence over Mr. President right now than Benjamin Netanyahu. And that might explain why this has stopped. But the reality is, I'm frustrated, and I think you're going to be frustrated too, because there isn't a firm line of demarcation or end to this. It's just kind of in purgatory. Okay, Iran is clearly won. Diplomatically, in the war, resource-wise, public relations-wise, they've won on every single front because, frankly, they're up, and I'm being very gentle here, they're up against a hodgepodge, weakened U.S. administration that is flighty with its positions, has ambiguous and unobtainable goals, and is not saying what it's actually doing in the Middle East, and therefore can't sell the war to the public. All right? And Iran, on the other hand, is very tactically organized, not only with their command and control militarily, but with their messaging. Everybody's on brand all the time. Everybody. In every sector. There's no division in Iran. The political bodies are subservient to the IRGC and the Supreme Council, National Council, and the Guardian Council. And they all march in lockstep, and they do everything according to a plan. They actually have a plan. Do people understand? They're very intelligent. They're running circles around us. They're humiliating us. And then they're what they're doing is I'm doing it on a small scale with the police corruption in Massachusetts and probably some vestiges of organized crime within the police. That's what I think is going on. But I kind of wrap the elephant up with ropes, okay? I just let them, I don't let them see me coming and then they fall over because I wrapped up the elephant's legs. Iran is running like fiber optic wire around the elephant. They're moving so fast you can't see them wrapping the rope, even if you were watching from a distance, and they got us completely encircled. And we're screwed. So I don't know how we get out of this. And the worst part of this is they tried to give us a way out. They were willing at a certain point, maybe a month ago, to just be like, fine, claim whatever you want. Just make the deal with us, on the ground. We don't care what you say. This was Iran's position. Just make the deal. Pay us the money. Pay us our own money that you've been sanctioning. Release it from Qatar and the UAE. Pay it to us. And then say whatever the hell you want. And we'll move on. But we didn't take it. We can and should have taken it. Shane, I don't know why Mr. President Trump doesn't like Canada. I think it's because Canada's government is very liberal. I mean, they're a Commonwealth realm, right? So, and fundamentally, they're very liberal. Have you ever looked at Canada? I mean, if you live there, you know what I'm talking about. But have you ever looked at Canada's actual policies or listened to a parliamentary debate? It's like listening to Massachusetts, the Republicans try to get a point in edgewise in the Senate, where they have a 36-3 minority, or in the House, where they're 156-4 in Massachusetts. That's why Mr. President Trump's hostile. And by the way, on that point, I saw someone saying the other day, Grant, you seem to be really mad at liberals. Not in any one country, just generally, you're mad at Democrats and liberals. Not really. I know a lot of good, on the ground, liberals and Democrats. They learned from a lot of them. It's not that. It's the power structure within, especially my state, that happens to abuse the tenets of liberalism to do bad things. So when I get mad at the commies and the liberals, it's mostly people who are appropriating that ideology to enforce very dangerous structures of control. It's not actually liberals on the ground. I know a lot of well-meaning liberals, not the ones in frog costumes trying to scream at federal agents, performative liberals. I know a lot of good, well-meaning liberals who are very disenchanted with the Democratic Party, and I don't hold them accountable for the actions of these strange, odd political leaders. But if I had to weigh in on why Mr. President Trump doesn't like Canada, it's not that he doesn't like Canadians or the country of Canada. It said he doesn't like the political leadership of Canada, which is on the whole pretty liberal. I think that's just the reality. Maybe Quebec's an exception to that, because it's kind of like a devolved realm, even within the system of the Commonwealth realms, but I don't know. They're British, basically. So they're very liberal. Even the Republican, even the right-wing people, although that's changing with Farage's party, but conventionally, even the Tories in Britain would be considered liberal in the United States. That's just kind of how it is. But yeah, that's why I think Mr. President Trump has animosity. Like, Canada's just like very at the top of its system of government. It tends to be very liberal. And I don't mean like Rousseauian. I mean like almost Marxist.
No, it's about at this time right now. And
Let's start this again. Thank you all for your questions, by the way.
So go ahead.
What prompted you to call out the strikes last night?
I was asked to by Saudi Arabia, by UAE, by Qatar, and by Iran. We were all set to go. It's about at this time right now, and it would have been a massive attack. We're all set to go, but when the allies asked to call it off, you got to sort of say, well, let's see. And the reason they asked is they think there's a deal. There's a deal on Hormuz, and then there will be a deal on the nuclear, or you might call it the denuclearization of Iran. I call it the denuclearization of Iran.
So what should we expect?
We're holding it. We'll just see. We can do it anytime we want. But we were asked by the three primary groups. We were also asked by Iran, very strongly, actually. They said, we'd like to make a deal. Now, I don't know what they say, because a lot of times they'll say that to me, and then they'll go out and say, we don't know what he's talking about. Obviously, they don't want to be attacked. And they knew the extent of the attack, because they...
Or, let me just put it this way. They didn't call you. Nobody called you. From the Iranian political delegation or from the IRGC. Nobody called you from Iran. I believe Saudi Arabia threatened, Mr. President, but I don't believe Iran called. No.
Saw it forming.
What happens now?
Well, now what we're doing is we're talking to them in the form of a negotiation. It begins tomorrow afternoon.
No, it does not.
I'd love to do that.
No,
Save a
stop
lot of
it.
lives.
Stop
Save
it.
a lot of...
Stop it. Stop it. Listen to me. I listened to an hour and a half of the Iranian foreign minister spokesman, who's a doctor, who's a PhD, talking this morning. Way more in depth than this. There's no negotiations today. There are none. There's no delegations from Qatar and Pakistan going anywhere. There are no negotiations. He's lying. I'm telling you. This is not true. I don't know if he's trying to impact the market. I don't know what he's doing. But this is just a lie. I can prove it. Okay? Because when the foreign minister's spokesman in Iran sets the tone on Monday at 3 in the morning, which is like 10 a.m. in Tehran, he's doing that with consultative discussions occurring beforehand with the IRGC and the political leadership. So this is not true. There are no negotiations. No, and Iran did not call Mr. President yesterday. I'll tell you that Saudi Arabia did, but it had nothing to do with Iran calling the U.S. Saudi threatened the U.S. and said, if you do this, Iran's going to bomb our energy infrastructure, and we're going to use your stocks and bonds that we bought to pay for it. They threatened Saudi, in fact, threatened Mr. President, and he won't admit to it. This is outrageous. I'm fed up with the lies. That's it. That's it. I don't like people who mislead my fellow citizens. I don't care if it's embarrassing. Take the L. You gotta put country before personal prestige. This is outrageous. Oh, it's water under the fridge. Hi, water under the fridge. Good morning, Town. Hope you had a good weekend. Great dog. Oh, you're wonderful. Water under the fridge. Sending you positive vibes this Monday morning. And God bless you, my friend. You're wonderful. All right. My point is, that's it. I'm all mad. I didn't listen to... I listened to the Iranian foreign minister, but I read the readout of this. I didn't actually listen to it. This is outrageous. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Gonna make me all mad.
A lot of unnecessary power, to be honest with you. Take many, many years to ever build it back. If it could, I don't think it would be even buildable back. So we had an attack that would be the biggest attack since World War II. And it would have been disastrous for them, and they didn't want us to do it. And frankly, Saudi Arabia didn't want it either. They thought that a deal is imminent.
Is there a deadline, sir, on
The deal is imminent, having to do with the Hormuz Strait, and also ultimately the denuclearization. So when I hear that, I say, well, do we want to go and be this severe? Now, there's a group of people that would like me to just do it, and there's another group of people that
UAE and Israel want him to bomb. Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Iraq, and Egypt probably do not want him to bomb.
does not want me to do.
Iran doesn't care, because Iran's only goal here is preserving their image as the rational non-belligerent. You attack them, they're waiting. Do you understand? They want to unleash. They're not holding back because they don't have missiles. They want you to really attack them so they can send 500 missiles in 6 hours at Israel, and then be like, "Well, you attacked us, bruh. We're not belligerents." That's the only reason they're not attacking. I don't even want to know how many of those damn missiles they built up over this ceasefire. Not to mention they announced the other day through FARS, or it might have been INSA, that they built a new drone during the ceasefire that can reach Israel. And a lot of you will know about the missiles that can reach Israel, the Khorram Sharhars, whatever. Iran hasn't launched any drones as of yet that can reach Israel. So they're not holding back because they're deteriorated. They're holding back because the first salvo, if you attack them, is going to be the worst thing. You talk about World War II, Mr. President. I don't think you understand that Iran, I know they have done it because I've seen the primary source footage. During the ceasefire, it was 3 times in Erbil, once in Kuwait. They fired incendiary cluster bombs. They set the entire hillside near the Ferris wheel in Erbil on fire in Iraq. They burned for like 12 hours. They're telling you they're going to burn cities down. Do you understand? That's a message. They have incendiary cluster munitions. So when you say you're going to do the worst attack since World War II, Mr. President, they're going to burn down Tel Aviv. They're going to burn down Manama. They're going to burn down Dubai. They're going to burn... God knows what's going to happen to Erbil. I don't even know if the Ferris wheel in Erbil is going to make it. And it's a beautiful Ferris wheel, frankly, especially at night. I like my Iraqi brethren. They're very nice. Oh, it's Emma Lee's birthday. Oh, Emma Lee, you not only can you have a birthday, we will all... So, her name is M. Lee, 1060. M. Lee, I want to extend a special happy birthday to you. I think all the towels in the chat will extend a special happy birthday to you, and I'm going to give you some special towel emojis. All right, I can't give you a membership. They don't allow that yet. You can't, gift them to specific people. However... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's a new month. In honor of M. Lee's birthday, I'm giving out free memberships. Here they go, membership parade. If you were paying attention to my rant about the cluster munitions, you just unlocked memberships. So if your name is Brooklyn Rules or Interpret Towel, How Wonderful, or One-Handed You, or Shane, or It's Me, Andrea, you unlock towel memberships in honor of M. Lee's birthday. Very happy birthday to M. Lee. I will release 5 more memberships at a random point during the stream, so if you're around, you may well get them. And you are getting happy birthdays from our brethren and sisters around the world. Emily, God bless you, and thank you so much for choosing to spend your special day with us. That means so much to us here on Towel Channel. God bless you. And praying for you to have a wonderful and awesome birthday. So, with that said, I need to get back to ranting. You all continue to wish Emily happy birthday and enjoy your new towel emojis. Those of you who just unlocked them, you click the emoji button. You're going to see Kofi. Listen, I don't know if those of you who have been around have actually unlocked these emojis before. Towel Chat Mom Bunny's dog, Kofi, is an emoji. Towel Chat Mom Lynn loves penguins, so they're emojis. We have goat emojis. We have sheep emojis. We have Chloe the dog in a wig. She's in the Doggy Witsec Protection Program for reasons that cannot be fully explained at this time. We have pancakes. I actually made an entire stack of pancakes for that one Oracle LA. And then we have cats. Miss Rockstar's cat, Mr. Rockstar. He's a cat. And then, of course, Primo's dog is an emoji. Now, we have an emoji that says, "That's it, I'm made." because Bunny Towel likes that one. We have a giant stuffed red marshmallow man. I think that's hilarious. We have David Yannetti, the man on the mountain. And then we have Clerk Margaret and Judge Doolin, because frankly, who doesn't love Clerk Margaret and Judge Doolin? They're great. So enjoy your new emojis. God bless you all. Thank you so much for your support of Towel Channel. But my point is, Iran's not dilapidated in its capacities. They're stronger than ever before, and the reason they're not striking is they want you to give them an excuse in the parlance of the youth.
Does Iran have a deadline to come to an agreement?
We'll just see how it is. We're ready to go anytime we want. Would I rather make a deal? I'm not looking to kill people. Because people die, a lot of people die, and we don't want that.
Excuse me? I know Mr. President was kind of pushed into this by Bibi, and Bibi has more bodies on him than any human being currently alive on Earth. He probably has more bodies on him than Pol Pot, less than Stalin, more than Pol Pot, okay, just for comparison. Oh, thank you for that wonderful Sunday. I really appreciate it. They assume you know nothing. Did you know there was something called the Know Nothing Party in the 1890s? They were very opposed to, like, Masons, Freemasons. Fascinating. But let's be clear. I understand Bibi Netanyahu has a lot of bodies on him. I just want to be direct about this. But, Mr. President, you made a choice to go to war, and there are children's lives on your conscience now. Like, that experimental PRISM missile, I know now that it did not hit that Menob school by accident. I know that Menob school is where the children of officers from Bandar Abbas's military base go to school. We killed children of military officers to threaten them. That's disgusting. And Israel doesn't have prisms, PRISM. They're a new type of guided munition, which means we did that on purpose to send a message to the naval officers in Bandar Abbas. Do you know what would happen if Iran went to a school for military officers in the United States and attacked it? Pearl Harbor. Excuse me? Do you know what we would do to the country that did that, especially if we could prove it was done to threaten our military officers? And not to mention, we assassinated their supreme leader. So, you know, who was more conservative than this current supreme leader, his son. The previous supreme leader was always like, give me a plan that does not involve regional war. Moattab Khomeini, after you killed his wife and father and kid and God knows who else in front of his eyes, wants revenge. And no one's going to stop him. The only thing holding Iran back right now is the U.S. not attacking. And the reason the U.S. is not attacking is because Iran's going to turn the entire Middle East into rubble if they do.
So they asked us, Iran specifically, but the other three said I asked Saudi Arabia, the king. I said, the crown prince. I said, what would you rather do? Would you rather have us do this or not? They said, we would much prefer a deal as opposed to an attack. Because I'll
tell you what MBS really said. As I said before, MBS probably said to him, first of all, Mr. President didn't call MBS. I bet MBS called Mr. President and said, if you do this and we get attacked, we're selling your treasury bonds, we're going to tank your economy, your precious economy that's fake as it is, rooted. Listen, J.D. Rockefeller would love what President Trump was able to pull off, but it's fake. It's a fake market economy. Listen to me. No shadows are cast when the sun shines at noon. The sun might be shining right now, but it is not noon. It's like 4:58 p.m. It's not morning in America. Let me tell you right now, it's the opposite. Maybe MOURNING. But it is not morning. There might be some sunlight, but it's casting a long shadow the wrong way. A shadow the sun casts no shadow at high noon is what Rockefeller or one of those guys said. in like the 1890s when things were really good. And they were like, aren't you a little worried about what's going to happen when this all comes tumbling to earth? And he was like, there's no shadows cast at high noon. All right, well, it's not the Gilded Age anymore. And we're in a very bad, precarious situation where other countries control our economic fate. I won't have it. I'll bring us back to the free silver standard before I let the communist Chinese or MBS or the Russians or any God knows who else faction control my country. Nope. We'll default. We will default. We'll get rid of it. We'll go back to free silver before we let this country be controlled by Saudi Arabia, the Ruskies, or the communist Chinese. Nope. Do you know how many people gave their lives over the past 100 years so that would not happen? Nope. We're not doing it. No chance. Damn Ruskies. I don't like the communist Chinese either, and I certainly am not selling out to the Saudi Arabians.
Where these attacks lead? I mean, will they be flooded with people pouring into their country and disaster? A lot of
No, you know what I'm most worried about? The Middle Eastern and Russian and communist Chinese money flowing into our politics. Shame on all of you. I know what you did. Nobody in the chat did this, obviously. I pray. But I know what some of you did. You sold my damn country, you stripped it dry, and then you hurt the children. To make it even worse, you hurt the freaking children. Making me all mad.
Things can happen.
Sir, there's a report that you're moving U.S. troops out of Bahrain and Kuwait. Are troops being moved out of the Middle East?
It's true. You know why we're pulling out of Kuwait and Bahrain? Because we can't protect our own people. My empire is collapsing before my eyes. My republic that I love so dearly. We killed it. I won't let this happen. I'm not going to let it happen. We got to stop this. No one's going to stop this train unless somebody actually stands up and says this is going incredibly wrong. Listen, they're stripping our country dry. You don't understand. Oh, DCA LA2, thank you so much for becoming a Tao member for a longer period of time. You're so wonderful. Enjoy your super advanced emoji next to your name. I think it's a penguin, because Tao Chat Mom Lynn loves penguins. My point is, this is not happening. I know what they're doing. I know exactly what they're doing. This is disgusting. They're stripping and looting this country. They're going to destroy it. They're going to take all of the industrial base. They're going to take the mineral rights. They're going to take all of the very valuable empire building, and they're going to siphon it dry. And my fellow citizens are going to be left basically in purgatory, and we're going to go through a depression and have to deal with economic stagnation, not to mention collapse, and we're going to have to deal with austerity measures, because these morons at the top sold this country from out from under us, and I'm mad. My country, it belongs to my fellow citizens, and you don't get they stole my paintings from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Those paintings belong to all of the people of Massachusetts, and those same damn people evaded the frickin' taxes through money laundering, through people like Khashoggi and Epstein, and they stripped my country dry. And I'm mad, and I'm going to reappropriate those resources. I know the law firms in control of those $5 billion worth of paintings. There's like 3 law firms that control them. I know the holding companies. I'm going to reappropriate that wealth. I'm going to use civil forfeiture correctly. Getting all mad? Listen, we don't have much time. We have like 5 years. They're going to strip this country dry. I know exactly what they're doing. And they're trying to wheel and deal behind the scenes. That's why these decisions make no effing sense. Because what's actually going on is they're selling out our country, all of them. The defense apparatus, okay, the military-industrial complex, as General Eisenhower warned about. They're selling out our country before our eyes, and they're trying to distract us. Epstein files were the blackmail. The war is the cover. Pay attention. We can stop this. I don't know how. But MBS is not making decisions for my country. Neither is Benjamin Netanyahu. Neither are the commie Chinese or the Ruskies.
Mr. President, why is the U.S. intervening to support the Japan yen at this time?
This is a very good question. I think the yen's about to collapse, and I don't really understand why the U.S. is propping it up. I mean, they must be a crucial ally. It's going to get really bad in Japan.
to support the Japanese currency?
Because we have a good relationship with Japan. We're very strong, very, very strong financially. They are, they have a weakening yen, and they wanted a little bit of help, and we're always there for Japan. Japan's been very good to us, with the exception, of course, of Pearl Harbor.
Mr. President, what is the U.S. getting out?
Japan has always been very good to us, with the exception of Pearl Harbor. A sentence that has never been said before in history. Madeline, it's so good to see you. Madeline says, I love you, Grant. You are so smart in using your voice to get the word out. Thank goodness for a soul as wise and brave as you. Oh, you're so kind to support Towel Channel. That's so nice of you, Madeline. What a kind comment. All right, Jem, it's so good to see you as well. Now, I gotta say, first of all, no one in the history, I don't forget about a president, no one in the history of the United States that I know has ever said the phrase, Japan has been really good to us except for Pearl Harbor. First of all, do you know how many Marines died at the hands of the Japanese? Do you know? I'm a little bit concerned Mr. President doesn't know what happened in the Pacific during World War II. Now, I don't want to defend the communist Chinese, okay? But do you know what the Japanese did at Nanking? It was really bad. Really bad. So, I don't know what you're talking about, okay? It's not just America. The Japanese don't have the best reputation, okay? Now, I'm not saying Japanese people are bad. I like Japanese wrestling. I find VTubers fascinating. They have very good singing voices, okay? I like Gargura. She's very talented. But so I think that's all interesting. I like city pop. I think 1980s Japanese pop music is great. I really don't like their drug laws, but that's not neither here nor there. But the point is, like, pre-1940, the Japanese, or like 50, the Japanese did not, like, have a great reputation. So what are you talking about? And why are you making light of Pearl Harbor? And why are you saying that Pearl Harbor is the only thing the Japanese did wrong? That doesn't even make sense. Unit 731, that's correct. Oh, it's disturbing. That whole history is disgusting.
With that arrangement?
Financial benefit. Financial benefit. It's also good for the World Economy.
Whose financial benefit? Who is benefiting from you propping up the yen? You? I'm getting mad.
Like when we did with Argentina, I got criticized. We made $25 billion on that deal.
Who? Are you using a Freudian slip? Listen. You also have to understand. You see how tired he looks? Kushner got screwed this weekend. Did you hear what happened with FIFA? Infantino tried to privatize the World Cup. UEFA had a rebellion, and CONCACAF. But the UEFA rebellion was wild because they're the money makers. This is the European Football Associations. They threatened to boycott FIFA, to leave the World Cup entirely, including the next one, which is hosted between like Spain and two other European countries, Portugal. They threatened to boycott the World Cup. And then it came out that Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, was the one running the financial trust that was trying to privatize the World Cup. So that man and his family lost a lot of money this weekend because UEFA, which has way more power than FIFA is the steward of the World Cup, basically. UEFA is the European contingent of soccer or football in Europe. They threatened to literally boycott the World Cup immediately if Infantino did that for Kushner and Trump. That means Mr. President and his family lost $30 billion this weekend. They were going to bring private equity into the World Cup. That's why the World Cup was trash this year. Did you see that final? First of all, the water breaks, disgusting. Water breaks, my behind. They were corporatizing it and destroying the game of football. You don't need water breaks when it's 72 degrees Fahrenheit. What are you doing? Stop it. Second of all, what was that halftime show? What are you doing? What are you doing? That was ridiculous. Ridiculous. degrading, and offensive. Okay, and it was like 18 minutes or whatever. You're destroying the game. These guys have learned to play football with a rhythm their entire life. No water breaks, no 23-minute half times. What are you doing? Getting all mad. And now we find out the real reason over the weekend was because Infantino was trying to privatize the World Cup through private equity with Kushner and President Trump. And they got him. Infantino got him. Oh, Nicole. Nicole says, commies are making me mad. I'm with you there, Nicole. God bless you. And I don't mean to rant about this, but this news happened over the weekend as well. You must understand, like, what they're doing to this country. And the world, frankly. At least UEFA could stand up to it. The American citizenry right now doesn't even realize what's happening to the country because we've been overloaded with trauma. There's too much going on. And so we can't really process it, and they're stripping this country dry. Now, at least UEFA was able to, within like 6 hours, okay, all of the countries of Europe voted to stop this, okay? Now they're going to throw Infantino out of the presidency of FIFA, about time, frankly. But I'm just so mad, okay, that they're able, UEFA, to more effectively check and balance the communistic resource stripping of public institutions than the American public is. We've been neutered, and I won't stand for it. You're telling me that the French, my fellow citizens in America, you're telling me that the French are better able to check and balance our government than ourselves? Nonsense. I'm not being shown up by the French. God bless the French people. Nope, that's not happening.
Venezuela, we make hundreds of billions of dollars. I make good deals. Intel, I made $75 billion for the country. I didn't make for me, I made for the country. Intel, I backed Intel.
No, you absolutely have been making money, Mr. President. You absolutely have been making money.
It's the hottest stock right now on the New York Stock, on the various stock exchanges.
Yeah, and how much was your holding company's bought? Oh, I'm getting mad. Listen. This is really, our soldiers died during this war, and all that this was about was money. And I get that war is a racket. That's what General Smedley Butler said. Okay, I get it. But at least treat, like, there used to be some reverence behind it. Like, they wouldn't do it unless there was a really good reason. And they would try to show respect for the people who were dying. Now it's just like, well, you know, the stock's going up and, you know, we're making money. That's fine. What's next? Are they going to start building, like, Gilded Age mansions and telling us to eat cake?
We made about $75 to $80 billion. And Japan wanted to, it was really, more than anything else, it was a signal of friendship.
You said that
because
the
yen is
anti-weapon
weakened, and the dollar is doing great.
You said the
The fact is, our country is doing great. Everybody wants
No,
help.
it is not. No, it is not. Listen. There is no discipline in the world outside of economics. Outside of maybe private investigators, as rife with conflict of interest as economics. The discipline of economics is fake. It is 100% fake. The entire point is to massage perception, to basically make your prediction come true. And worse, the core of economics, especially post-1912, is utilizing your own revenue to lend money out, okay, at 10 to 1, and then when you see the market is about to collapse, you know what you do? You call in your loans, and nobody can pay them. The market collapses, and you, having been in control of pulling in the loans, can bet against the market. It's called shorting, which is exactly what happens every time there's a market crash. And then you can reap the benefits. It's called socialized losses and privatized gains. And if you get really lucky in 2008 and no one's paying attention, because everyone's sold out in Congress, the taxpayers will even pay you for the privilege of doing it to them. You can take their homes and get taxpayer money. It's disgusting what they've done to our country. Where's Teddy Roosevelt? Where's Edith Tarbell? I'm going to run for president if this doesn't change. I'm getting really fed up with it. It's a never-ending cycle of stripping dry this glorious country, and my fellow citizens are living in austerity for no reason. I'm getting mad.
From our country. Yeah.
You said the anti-weapon. I'm with ABC News. You said the
BBC?
ABC.
Oh, ABC.
If you can't tell me how much a gallon of milk or a Gatorade or a box of chips or school supplies cost, I don't want to hear your opinion. I'm sorry, Mr. President, all due respect, you're nice to my grampy, on the quality of life right now in America.
It's worse.
You said the
I like BBC better
anti-weaponization.
than ABC. But,
The anti-weaponization fund is back on the table. What are your
no,
plans?
they don't improve. Look, we have a man named Todd Lynch. He's outstanding in every way. Most of you know who he is. You're not going to find a better person. And everybody, and it's because I backed Cornyn's opponent, and his opponent won in a landslide. It's the only reason it's happening. But I will say there are a lot of people that like. People were hurt so badly. 22 suicides. They were destroyed. Their families were destroyed for doing things that, honestly, there's never been an attack on any group of people in this country, in my opinion. Maybe one. There's one group.
He's talking now about how the people who fell for the DOJ, the Biden DOJ honeypot, and violently stormed the Capitol were victims of political entrapment. Maybe. Okay. I'm willing to say some of that was a honeypot. Mr. President, you encouraged them to go to the Capitol. You fell for it yourself. There's nothing defensible about that day. Nothing. Whether it was a honeypot or not. A honeypot only works if people fall for it.
That was attacked violently and viciously, like these people were attacked. And this would be a reimbursement for the pain that they suffered. A lot of people like it. If they don't...
I don't care how aggrieved you feel, I never want to see anyone using violence in the context of an election or politics, ever. I hate it. It disgusts me. I don't care if it's a honeypot. If it's a honeypot, walk away. Even Black Bloc knows to walk away from agent provocateurs. They attacked my Capitol. Whether they were, literally, I think they were entrapped. Okay, you could argue that, but don't you tell me that they were the ones who were victimized. I'm in a mood today.
If they don't approve Todd, I put it back on the table. A lot of people like it. A lot of big supporters of Trump.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. It's so good to see you. We're about to get to the meat of this analysis. It took me over an hour to get through Mr. President Trump's 7-minute remarks because he made me all mad. But we're about to get to the meat of this analysis. So good timing and good morning and God bless you to Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney.
Like it.
Mr. President, there's been some domestic abuse allegations against Congressman Max Miller. Do you think he should resign?
Well, I'm going to
Yes.
look at it. I mean, so
Yes.
far it's
The answer is
accusations.
yes. No.
I'll be looking at it.
No, it's more than that. I saw the picture. So, and I heard a report. So I'm reporting on what I saw reported. So I am just saying what I saw. The reports are that this congressman, who was dating the daughter of a senator, threw boiling water on her, which she took a picture of. Then he told the news, the New York Times or something, or some TV journalist, that he didn't throw water on her, okay? And then there's a voicemail or something that came out of him being like, I'm sorry for throwing boiling water on you. So, Mr. President, the answer to that is yes, he should resign. I'm sorry, to be so
Sarah,
Canada. Will the U.S. do anything to address OpenAI and Anthropic's models hacking other systems?
We're very much involved in that. We have a big stake in that. So does the world. So we're looking at it.
From Canada, have you decided on a punishment yet for the wildfire smoke?
I have.
What is it? Can you share?
You'll find out.
A punishment for the wildfires? Oh, that's right. So, someone asked earlier what Mr. President Trump was mad at Canada about. I really don't think he's mad that there were wildfires that burned into the United States. I think he's mad about sort of economic policy and Canada, etc. I don't think it has anything to do with the wildfires, because it's ridiculous. What are you going to is Canada going to punish us if we have a wildfire?
Back on it, Ron. were you prepared to hit energy targets?
I don't want to say that, Steve.
Okay.
You can't say
Okay.
that. There was going to be a massive attack. It was going to be an attack that would have been by far the biggest attack since World War II, but they've asked us not to do it. They said, please don't do it. And their neighbors said that too. And so we're just going to see whether or not we can make it, toward the denuclearization.
Tomorrow, some negotiations, did you say? What?
Well, they suck.
On Jay Clayton, what's your directive for him? He's
Just
supposed
to do a great job. He's outstanding, as you know. He's an outstanding man. You look at his education. He was the head of, then he was immediately, very early at a young age, went to the head of Sullivan and Cromwell, one of the most prestigious, maybe the most prestigious law firm in the world. He headed up, let's see. I mean, look at the companies. Look at what he did. Oh, by the way, and he was a great, for 4 years, he was a great SEC chairman.
Do you want him to continue the initiatives that you had Bill Pulte doing?
To do what he wants to do. He's an outstanding person. Everybody wanted him. And he really, he's truly outstanding.
When would you?
No, the reason this dude couldn't get confirmed is because he wouldn't agree to not go forward with the $1.6 billion January 6th victimization fund. Oh, hold on. Charles makes a great point. So, Charles, notwithstanding what happened on the day the honeypot operation, I absolutely agree with you. I heard reports that this was under Biden's DOJ, by the way, so I totally believe that, no, we don't have to, so on this, I gave Charles a wrench. Generally, unless it's a violation of the enumerated rules, people can say whatever they want here. That's why you have the wrenches, as long as you don't break the rules. And the rules are no slurs, no being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no personality, show compassion, no sea lining, no trolling. Also, Lynn is chat mom, and we love penguins, and goats free the goats. So, Charles makes a good point, which is there were people who, notwithstanding what happened on January 6th, were in solitary confinement for 12 months or more. That was Biden's DOJ retaliating against them. All right? Now, those cases, okay, we're talking, that's separate and distinct from being charged. If you were actually retaliated against, put in a cell naked, forced to be in solitary confinement, you have documented sort of deleterious mental or physical health conditions as a result, fine. I'm not mad about people claiming on that, not at all. What I'm mad about is the people who fell victim to a very obvious psyop, did things they shouldn't have done, all of them, whether they went to jail or not, claiming that they were victimized. No, not all of them. Maybe some, but not all. Nope.
Nancy Guthrie, the investigation into her disappearance, now 6 months long, stalled out. Is it time for the FBI to get involved? Or
Well, they are involved to an extent, but as you know, the local community really runs those things. And, some people haven't liked the way the local community.
That's wrong. So, the Nancy Guthrie case. I know Mr. President's all over the place. I can't control what the press asks him. I just got to analyze it before we go to the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman. Okay, so the Nancy Guthrie case. First of all, it happened the weekend the Epstein files got released, which is weird. Second of all, Nancy Guthrie is the mother of Savannah Guthrie, who's a news anchor for NBC, okay? Now, what's weird, if you read the Wall Street Journal, they did I really recommend you read it. They did a great overview of the Nancy Guthrie house. Hello, South Africa, how are you doing? Very good to see you, Charles. Yes, South Africa is wonderful. We have a lot of wonderful Tao friends there. I send them all good tidings, and one day I will come for a braai. I didn't have my brekkie this morning, though, you know what I'm saying, so I only had some trail mix. So, the Nancy Guthrie case. Her mother gets kidnapped from Arizona. Now, it's a little bit, Pinellas County, I believe, it's a little bit odd, because leading up to Nancy Guthrie's mother getting kidnapped, the sheriff there, okay, was kind of like threatening his subordinates. He was micromanaging them, and then in 2024, when he ran for re-election, his subordinate ran against him, and so it divided the department. He put a lot of people on leave, like administrative leave, to retaliate against them. So remember that fact, because the day Nancy Guthrie's mother goes missing, This sheriff is basically out there talking to the media with no idea what he's doing, the sheriff of Pinellas County. And he's like, listen, I don't know if she just wandered away. And by the way, this area where she lives, Nancy Guthrie's mother, it's like a desert where people go hiking. And it's also like a retirement community. So getting calls, this is what the Wall Street Journal reported, getting calls about a missing elderly person is not out of the norm. Okay, but what was out of the norm about this case was when they got to the case, there was the house, there was blood on the front steps. Okay, furthermore, the family was there, and they noticed that the mother's iPhone, which she always had on her, and her purse were both still in the house. Okay, and the Nest camera that the mother had got, Nancy Guthrie, to like monitor these like local animals that were like going through the trash, and she was just trying to keep an eye on them because they were going through the trash. So the point is, she had like a camera that was missing. There was blood pooled on the front porch, on like the front sort of stoop area, and there was obvious signs of a break-in at the back door, and her personal possessions were just left in the home. Okay, now, that day, the sheriff goes out to the media and is like, I don't know if this is a missing persons case or a crime. It takes him like 7 hours to get a reconnaissance Cessna up in the air. Why? Because there was no qualified deputy on duty that day. It was a Sunday, I think. It was like February 5th or so, to go out and operate the $1.7 million electronic surveillance plane that would probably have been very useful in this investigation. Oh, but it gets worse. So the local sheriff lets reporters, including Brian Enton with News Nation, walk up to the pool of blood on the day that the crime happened. Never heard, I agree with Mr. Enton, he was quoted in the Wall Street Journal article. I've never heard of anything like that in my life. Listen, people want to criticize the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe investigation. At least they didn't let Christina Rex walk up to the crime scene. Okay? At least they like kept WBZ back like 40 feet or whatever it was. And for as bad as that investigation was, even they didn't do that. But this sheriff lets the news camera walk right up to the blood, lets delivery guys go up to the, I don't know who ordered delivery, but lets like pizza go up to the house. And this guy was just being ridiculous, all right? Then the FBI gets involved, okay? Because there's a ransom note. Now, here's my point. Mr. President is not right about this. When someone sends a ransom, this was done, the ransom note was through the local affiliate, I think it was the local ABC affiliate in Arizona, where Nancy Guthrie lived, all right? And if I'm getting this wrong, if it's New Mexico instead of Arizona, just correct me, but I think it's Pinellas County, Arizona. When you transmit a threat, there was a ransom note sent to the Guthrie family through the local ABC station's like website, and a lot of people had questions about this. What they did, whoever did it logged on to the website, probably like in Tails, like through Linux, which is like an operating system that once you shut it down and close it, it's gone. Like you can make it so that you close that laptop, whatever you did, it's gone. And I don't mean gone like you can forensically extract. I mean Tails is set up so that you cannot get it back. The only way they got Dread Pirates Roberts, the Darknet guy from whatever that forum was because they staged like a fight between a woman and a man in a public library and got his computer while it was open running Tails. Like he was that good, but he didn't know it. But anyway, so these dudes, whoever sent the ransom note, obfuscated their internet protocol address, their IP address, and they probably did it through like a single instance operating system, probably a virtual machine within Tails, okay, with a fake IP address that cannot be traced. You can't backtrace these type of things, okay? And maybe it was most likely they logged on through like a public network anyway, all right? So with a spoofed MAC address, if you want to be specific. So people were asking, like, how can you not trace these guys? Just because that's not how tracing works. Maybe if you were running like a Stingray and they unknowingly logged on to the cell network you were spoofing, you could get them. But these guys wouldn't do that. They're too smart. So somebody sends a ransom note, but the point about that is when you submit a ransom note, you're through a digital online portal. It doesn't matter if you're in the state where it occurred or not. It becomes a federal crime because you're using a server that is not in the state that you're in. So it's interstate transmission of a threat, it's actually interstate transmission of of like extortion or like a kidnapping threat. It's probably a specific federal crime. But the point is, it's within the FBI's jurisdiction. A local kidnapping without evidence of crossing state lines is probably not in the FBI's jurisdiction. Submitting a threat or like a ransom makes it absolutely within the FBI's jurisdiction. Like unquestionably, immediately, it's within the FBI's jurisdiction because you transmitted it through the internet. If you just dropped off a letter, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. If you dropped off a letter, maybe. If you mailed a letter, it's a federal crime, especially if you used USPS, probably any service. But if you dropped it off, just like left a ransom note somewhere, maybe not a federal crime. Probably some obscure federal crime, but not interstate transmission. But Mr. President's not right. Because these people sent a ransom note, it became a federal matter. But the local sheriff wanted to be in charge of the investigation, and it spiraled completely out of control. Okay? They never found the person who did it, and within 3 more days or a week later, Nancy Guthrie's family, through the same TV station, gets a second note being your mother died. She's buried in nature now. Meanwhile, and I don't want to say either here nor there, listen, people want to cover true crime, that's fine. And this applies to conventional legacy media as much as it does to independent journals. But I don't see the point of what happened out there in Arizona. Okay, I understand the point of the flyers, organizing donations for volunteer search and rescue. I understand all that, okay? What I don't understand is the gawking, okay, by the media all around. This applies to conventional and independent media. And I didn't like what as much as people are going to say, oh, the Wall Street Journal correctly called out the gawking. Did it really? It did. But did it hold any of the conventional media outlets accountable for what they did? No. What it did was try to make it look like that was a problem isolated to independent media. Maybe it was worse in that case. It certainly was, okay, than with independent media than conventional media. But anyone who thinks that there wasn't gawking by conventional media, desperate to retain some semblance of relevance in an evolving digital media landscape, is wrong. It started because of the undue attention that those networks brought to that area, and then it steamrolled. So let's think all around about whether it's a good idea, okay, in the pursuit of chasing standing, which conventional media does not have anymore, to set up this notion that when crimes happen, the media should go and gawk. That's not coverage. That's gawking. Cover it. And you certainly don't need to be on the scene to cover it. So that the Wall Street Journal missed a little bit. They were aiming in the right place, but it got a little too corporate with how they actually delivered the coup de grace. The coup de grace was supposed to be, in my opinion, for all of the media that was gawking, because they didn't treat that situation with reverence, and they should have left after a week, because it was very obvious what had happened. But I don't have answers for you about why. But I know that Mr. President knows more than he's saying here. Because Kash Patel is pissed. I mean, I don't mean to use that language, but he has openly stated that he is mad with the local sheriff there. And I think what happened is, I don't know who planned this. I have no insight. I don't. No, I don't think anyone knows. It's professional. It's too professional. But it's very clear that some people within that department wanted to make a point that this sheriff was incapable of handling a situation like this. It also coincided with the Epstein files, and these people, okay, Savannah Guthrie and her family, are very connected in the entertainment world. I don't think they took part in what happened to her, but I think when you're looking at like kind of like the Lindbergh baby, when you want to engineer spectacle, all right? So I don't know what happened or who did it, but that case is, there's way more to that. It's not some random kidnapping. That was political. I just don't know why.
Communities run it. They haven't liked the way the sheriffs run it. But we would like to give them the benefit. But we're there anytime they need us. Well, it's a terrible thing. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, so that's not what the FBI said to the Wall Street Journal. The FBI said we responded to any request that came in, even when they were late. Oh, and then of course, the sheriff in Pinellas County also didn't use the Quantico lab in Virginia and wanted to send the DNA evidence down to Florida. Oh, South African donation. This is great. 70 Rand. Oh, that's wonderful. Can't wait to tell Towel Girlfriend. God bless you for those Rands. They have a special place in my heart. I love Rands. Oh, you're wonderful. Thank you so much, Charles. Welcome to the channel, and God bless you. And I'm so glad you stuck around, and you have your wrench now, and your super chat is so appreciated. All right. Now, I think what you have all been waiting for. All have been waiting for. It took me an hour, but in my defense, I had a lot. Like, he covered like 9 topics in 7 minutes. So, you know. But now, I know a lot of you are saying, but Grant, what we really want is your translation of what the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman had to say in response. Yeah, I know. So I have that for you with English captions now on Towel News. This was Monday. This was less than, 4 hours ago. So way after President Trump spoke. This was Monday morning in Tehran, I believe.
ما الان مذاکره‌ای با آمریکا نداریم. مذاکرات با عمان هست، متمرکز بر تفاهم بر سر مسیری که تردد ایمن کشتیرانی از تنگه هرمز رو تأمین بکنه. تلاش ما این هست که در اولین فرصت با مشورت عمان، با همکاری عمان، مسیری رو تعیین بکنیم، مسیری که قاعدتاً موقت خواهد بود، بر اساس اون بتوانیم ایمنی کشتیرانی در تنگه هرمز رو فراهم بکنیم. بنابراین این مذاکراتی دو جانبه بین دو دولت ساحلی، دیگران حتما میتوانند در این مسیر، در این فرایند سازنده ظاهر بشند یا مخرب، اما موضوع مربوط هست به ایران و عمان. این که در مرحله بعد چه اتفاقی بیفته باید در
Oh, it might have been Pima County, not Pinellas County, regarding Nancy Guthrie. Sorry if I was doing it from memory, so apologies if I got that incorrect.
تصمیم گیری بشه. من دیشبم اعلام کردم تفاهم بر سر مسیر تردد ایمن کشتیرانی از تنگه هرمز شرط لازم برای بازگشایی تنگه هرمز هست، ولی شرط کافی نیست. تنگه هرمز به خاطر اختلاف نظر بین ایران و عمان مسدود نشده. تنگه هرمز به دلیل تجاوز نظامی آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی از 9 اسفند ماه سال گذشته دچار مشکل شد و مادامی که شرارت آمریکا ادامه پیدا بکنه، مادامی که محاصره دریایی ایران ادامه داشته باشه، تجاوز نظامی آمریکا علیه ایران و منافعش تداوم داشته باشه، مادامی که همه مواردی که آمریکا در این مدت نقض کرده نقضهاش ادامه داشته باشه، قاعدتاً در وضعیت تنگه هرمز اتفاق خاصی، تغییر خاصی نخواهد افتاد. لذا تمرکز مذاکرات با عمان در مورد تنگه هرمز خواهد بود. موضوعاتی که مربوط میشه به ایران و آمریکا باید در مراحل بعدی ببینیم که اوضاع احوال به چه سمت و سویی خواهد رفت.
Now you might be saying, but Grant, no, Don't tell me that the foreign ministry spokesman also denied that there's any talks today at all, and denied the Al Jazeera report that there is ongoing negotiations and that there will be a delegation from Qatar and Pakistan going to talk to Iran today. Yeah, he did. But we have to listen to it in context. So I went a little out of order because I missed the first 5 minutes of the press conference. You should have seen me this morning. I was in fine towel form. So this was broadcast live with no DVR, and it's only in Farsi. So what I managed to catch it live within like 3 minutes of it starting, and then I started clipping it. And then what I had to do was I had to listen for him to stop answering a question. I had no idea what he was saying or what the people were asking him in Farsi, but I had to wait for him to stop answering, like after a few questions, stop the clip in real time, upload it to the service I use to be able to generate a transcript in English, re-download the transcript, upload the clip to Twitter, watch it on one screen, quiet with the volume off, with the captions playing, and then have the other screen playing the next part of the press conference in Farsi that was being recorded. And then I was looking at the text of the Farsi that from the first video, writing it up and then posting it, and then the next clip would come down and I would repeat it. And this is the only kind of thing that my brain, like, to distract myself from the pain I'm in. People have asked about this, and to like just be able to function. My brain cannot be stagnant, so doing that kind of thing actually distracts me from how much pain I'm in, and it's hard to do it, but I think I've developed it as like a coping mechanism for the capacities I lack physically. And my word, I was in the zone this morning. So let's take a look at the first of those clips. And by the way, with DVR, when the YouTube stream like mine has DVR so you can go back, that's easy to clip. When it's live with no DVR, no mistakes, or you're going to miss part of it. So it was hard. All right, let's take a look.
برای جلوگیری از تشدید این وضعیت تلاش بکنند.
This section's going to be about China. Oh, God bless you, Bunny.
به تجربه برای ما ثابت شده که آنچه که النهایه میتواند دشمن رو از تشدید شرارت علیه ایران باز بداره چیزی نیست جز اقتدار و توان بازدارندگی ایران.
آقای دکتر سلام، خسته نباشید. اخیراً یه سری گزارش‌ها در مورد میانجیگری چین در واقع روابط ایران ایجاد شده، منتشر شده. بفرمایید که عرض دارم که آیا این میانجیگری
ایران با کجا؟
میانجیگری ایران و در مورد تنگه هرمز و امریکا، میانجیگری چین در مورد تنگه هرمز و امریکا. اولا که بفهمید که این میانجیگری برای کاهش تنش‌ها در منطقه آیا تایید شده و انجام شده و در چه سطحی هستش و خب ارزیابی شما در مورد این موضوع چیه؟
میانجیگر مباحث مرتبط با ایران و آمریکا پاکستان هست. قطر هم کمک میکنه در مواردی که لازم باشه. ما با چین رابطه‌ای بسیار دوستانه و همکاری بسیار نزدیکی داریم در همه حوزه‌های مورد علاقه طرفین. چین هم نظر هست با ما در نگرانی نسبت به تشدید یک جانبه گرایی مخرب و ستیزه جویانه آمریکا. چین نگران هست نسبت به تشدید درگیری و ناامنی در منطقه. بنابراین دوستان چینی ما تلاش میکنن از مساعی جمیلاشون استفاده میکنن برای اینکه جلوگیری بکنن از تشدید اوضاع. از این حیث چین هم مثل تعداد دیگری از کشورها کمک میکنن، اما اینکه بگیم که ما میانجیگر جدیدی اضافه کردیم به میانجیگران موجود، نه، در معنای
So he's confirming the Chinese, the Qataris, there's no new mediators, especially the Chinese. There's no new mediators involved.
کلمه اینطور است.
Now, later on, he's going to interestingly refuse to answer whether China's supplying defensive missiles to Iran, which is fascinating.
فارس بفرمایید.
سلام جناب.
علیکم السلام.
آقای بقایی، شاهد اظهاراتی از سوی دونالد ترامپ بودیم در مورد بحث توقف حمله‌ای که می‌خواست صورت بده و ندادیم که در واقع یک توافقی حاصل شده در خصوص بازگشایی هرچه سریعتر تنگه هرمز و از اون طرف هم پایان در واقع تهدید هسته ایران. میخوام ببینم که آیا توافقی بین ایران و آمریکا از طریق میانجی‌ها حاصل شده و یه اظهاراتی هم دوباره مطرح کرده که قرار هست مذاکرات از امروز شروع بشه. آیا این رو شما تایید میکنید؟
امروز آقای دکتر عراقچی عازم سفر اربعین هستند، سفری که هر ساله معمولا سفر شخصی است. تشریف می‌بردند. همه دوستان مذاکره کننده در ایران هستند. ببینید، من فکر می‌کنم ترکیبی از پاسخی که به دو سوال قبلی دادم، سوال ایرنا و سوال تسنیم، دقیق پاسخگوی سوال شما باشه. بنابراین اگر اجازه بفرمایید بریم سراغ سوال بعدی.
Okay, so you heard him there, basically saying there are no negotiations and China is not involved as a mediator. So now I'm going to show you. Hello to the wonderful Towel girlfriend, by the way. She's lovely. I adore her. Now I'm going to show you Iran's, the foreign minister's comments on the Iranian strikes on the American bases in Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, and Qatar and actually in Oman, a hotel where U.S. soldiers was staying was hit as well over the 2-week period where tensions were really flaring up leading up to last Friday's threats by Mr. President that never followed through with it, where there was never any follow through with any attack this weekend on Iran. If you're just tuning in, good morning. It's 8:20 a.m. basically on Towel News. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That would be on the East Coast here in Boston. That would make it 2:20 p.m. in South Africa, 3:20 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 3:50 p.m. on this Monday, August 3rd, 2026 in Tehran, Iran. So we're now going to listen to the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman just a few hours ago, translated into English by Towel News, talking about those strikes over the past few weeks that had basically, according to Mr. President Trump, who would not comment on this report, potentially led to American troops being withdrawn from Bahrain and Kuwait due to the Americans' inability to protect them from Iranian ballistic missile fire. And remember, the American HIMARS systems are located in Kuwait and Bahrain, and that's how we fire surface-to-surface or surface-to-ship or surface-to-air missiles at Iran, along with bases in Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Let's take a listen.
با توجه به اینکه شماری از کشورهای عربی منطقه در فهرست حملات دفاعی ایران قرار گرفتن به دلیل میزبانی این کشورها نسبت به پایگاه‌های نظامی آمریکا، از جمله اردن که یکی از اصلی ترین کشورهای منطقه است. اخیراً شاهد بودیم که شماری از چهره‌های فرهیخته سیاسی، اجتماعی و مهم این کشور نسبت به دولت معترض شدن به این وضعیتی که اتفاق افتاده، میزبانی کشورشون از پایگاه‌های آمریکایی و حملاتی که ایران در تلافی این اقدام انجام میده. من میخواستم موضع وزارت خارجه رو نسبت به این تحولی که اتفاق میفته و ممکنه دومینوار همه کشورهای منطقه رو هم در بر بگیره، یعنی کشورهایی که میزبانی پایگاه‌های آمریکایی رو میکنن، بدونم. ممنون.
از این موارد زیاد هست، مواردی که مردم کشورهای منطقه، شخصیت‌هاشون، نخبگان فکری و سیاسی به انواع مختلف مخالفت خودشون رو با حضور نظامی آمریکا در قلمرو کشورهاشون اعلام کردن. مردم منطقه به خوبی میدونن که این یک جنگ ظالمانه است توسط آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی علیه یک کشور مسلمان منطقه و به خوبی نسبت به پیامدهای تداوم این تجاوز نظامی آگاه هستند. میدانند که جمهوری اسلامی ایران هیچ خصومتی با هیچ یک از کشورهای منطقه نداره. میدونند که ملت ایران ملتی صلح‌طلب و به دنبال زندگی مسالمت‌آمیز همراه با احترام متقابل با همه کشورهای همسایه است و به خوبی وضعیت رو رصد میکنن. میدونن که همه آنچه که در این 5 ماه اتفاق افتاده، از جمله واکنش دفاعی ایران به اقدامات تجاوزکارانه آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی، نه علیه ملت‌های منطقه بلکه علیه مبدأ تجاوز نظامی علیه ایران بوده. لذا طبیعی است که مردمان منطقه به نحو فزاینده‌ای مخالفت بکنند با ادامه حضور نظامی آمریکا در این کشورها و از مقاماتشون، از حکومت‌هاشون.
So you can see what Iran is saying here. And we're listening to this because there's so many false reports flying around right now. I can't take it. There are so many states with so many plants or resources in the media. They put out so many just fake stories that I just got to hear it from the source. And you're hearing what Iran is really saying. We can and will fire ballistic missiles at your military bases. And we want to be clear, this is what the foreign minister is saying, the spokesman. He's a PhD, by the way. We're not attacking the people of Kuwait and Bahrain. By the way, Kuwait and Bahrain have populations that are majority pro-Iran. Their rulers are minority rulers. Okay, they have a minority support in the population. The rulers of Bahrain and Kuwait are pro-Western. The population is pro-Iran. Hello, Emma. It's so good to see you. And so you can see here that the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman is saying, listen, we're doing this, but we want you all to support this, you Jordanians and Kuwaitis and Bahraini people. We're not attacking you. We're attacking the bases in your country that you shouldn't want there. You see how the messaging, it's very important to them that to the Iranians, that they not be seen as belligerents. They're framing this as, we are expelling the U.S. military who are defenseless from your territory. And that's why Mr. President Trump's refusal to answer the question about U.S. troops retreating from Kuwait and Bahrain is so telling. We are not only being defeated, we're retreating. Not tactically. There's no big attack coming. What big attack? We don't have anything left. What, are you going to nuke them? That's not going to happen. Mr. President Trump was sold a bill of goods. He was sold a bill of goods just like that guy Wheeler in the 80s with the Hyali scandal. I've been looking into that. Turns out my uncle owned Bank of Boston. You know what I'm saying? And then I was like, wait a minute. Oh, dear God. Oh, no. What was my family involved in? But anyway, Mr. President Trump was sold a bill of goods. And Mr. Bibi Netanyahu, by comparison, was on the skim. All right? And Iran is not Venezuela, clearly. Iran has the upper hand and they're flexing constantly. They're the one. Think about how many attacks. They killed U.S. service members last week. Think about how many attacks they've done on Kuwait, Bahrain, Jordan, Iraq. They burned Erbil to the ground, the hillside where the PMF operate out of. So tell me again. Good morning, Nanya. What are we accomplishing? We're retreating, and then we're lying about it. This is not Venezuela. People aren't just going to be like, oh, well, that was an interesting adventure over in Iran. No, they want answers. They want an end to this. And whether the end is a tactical defeat, a retreat, a deal, they want an end to it. This is not the way that it is being presented by the American administration to the world. It's being presented as Iran's going to submit soon, they're on the verge of collapse. Iran, on the other hand, tactically and militarily and diplomatically has the advantage. They have the strategic deterrent. That's what Mr. President Trump bailing this weekend means. Do you understand? It used to be America had the strategic deterrent and could flex in the parlance of the youth. Now, Iran has the strategic deterrent and can flex on them. Flex on the bastards. You know what I'm saying? It's just how it is.
مطالبه کنند که آمریکا پایگاه.
Yes, it is Emily's birthday. If you'd like to say happy birthday and make a wish for world peace, which frankly, at this point, I don't think this conflict is ever going to lead to a win for the U.S. and Israel. So if peace comes by way of just both sides walking away and there being a new geopolitical world order with Iran having way more power than they did before, okay, fine. It's better than mass death. Let's move on. We didn't get to have our summer of fun. We can have a fall of fun, I suppose. That would be nice. Good morning, Prince Golf Swing. I do have a good golf swing. You're very kind. But yes, it is. It is Emily's birthday, and she's asking for world peace. So, by the way, because you've been paying such attention, I'm going to do a random towel membership drop, and we get 10 free a month. You're getting some of them. Here we go. 5 more getting sent out now. Were you paying good attention? Are you ready? In honor of Emily's birthday, if your name is 304 Mafia or Dreamer G or Amba83, that's a wonderful, or SJY717 or C79 Freedom Fighter, you have just unlocked Towel emojis. You've unlocked a gift membership from none other than Towel himself. So that gives you the ability to go into your emojis. Did you know Bunny Towel Mom's dog, Kofi, who's listening, he perked up right now. He's looking at the TV. He's like, oh, this is my moment. It's time for me to shine. He's going to start singing karaoke. He loves ABBA. His favorite band is ABBA. I don't know why. I think Bunny must have listened to it when Kofi was a little baby doggy. But the point is, Kofi loves ABBA. So he's now going to get up and start singing because he's a dog and he listens to the man on the TV. How are you doing, Kofi? Good morning. I hope you have a great time doing your karaoke, and everyone who got memberships. Oh, by the way, Towel Chat Mom Lynn loves penguins, so if you want to post penguin emojis, that would be great. Kirk says, you need to get it out of your mind about Iran having nukes. That's the excuse they are using to bomb them. It's gaslighting. They need you to support what they're doing, so they use fear tactics. I agree. First of all, most countries, I was listening to a fascinating analysis of this yesterday on Al Jazeera. Most countries use diversified sources of energy production. And because of just the fluctuations in the oil markets, a lot of countries, and I was listening to 3 advanced market analysts talking about this yesterday on Al Jazeera English, so it was really good. They were talking about how countries are tactically diversifying their energy resources away from petroleum. Okay, especially Saudi Arabia, China, Russia. And the way that they're doing it, Europe as well, it's not that they're going to LNG or other products like that. They're going to nuclear energy because nuclear energy is cheap. That's the reality. Do you know how cheap it is once you actually get nuclear energy to generate power? The only people who really oppose the nuclear power industry are the oil industry barons, because it would decimate the oil trade, but it doesn't matter. Countries are doing it quietly. The petrodollar might collapse as a consequence of diversification of energy generation in post-industrialized countries, but the reality is that the oil market itself is going to completely collapse, okay? Because oil only is necessary to produce things. It's not necessary to generate energy. You do need to have byproducts of oil's complicated. When you extract oil, it has layers of the oil. Okay, oil from the ground is just 3 constituent elements, but the actually processed oil does a bunch of different stuff. Okay, it doesn't just fuel stuff. It goes into cooking. It goes into God knows, lubricants, it goes into motor oil, it goes into all this weird stuff. Depending on where you get it in the, and I'm talking about layers of a tank from one extraction, you're going to get different types of oil that do different things. Some of that is always going to be usable, okay, in the industrial world, but for energy generation, it does not make sense to use petroleum to generate energy. That is artificial. That was just corporate created. It makes more sense to use nuclear fuel. Charles Argo says, regarding nuclear bomb, in the 80s, we had 4 nuclear missiles. That's true. South Africa was a nuclear state. That is very true. God bless you for your support. Charles, you got us one step closer to goat videos. But nuclear weapons are more of a deterrent against other states attacking one state. The purpose of nuclear energy, think about what it is. What is a basic law of the universe? Okay, energy is neither created nor destroyed, it's only transferred. Okay, what somewhat, although it's not really, but what inverts that law is fission and fusion. Fission in particular. A fission reaction, I'm not a nuclear scientist, so I'm going to do my very best, but a fission reaction takes a very small amount a physical material. And it causes a chain reaction whereby like the splitting of the atom actually generates new atoms. This is very basic nuclear science. I'm not a scientist, I'm a towel. And by generating the new atoms, you can split them again. So when you start a fission chain reaction, you can generate like a substantial amount of energy from nothing. Now, it is from something. It's actually the like way the enriched like nuclear material is created in very basically. Like you have to get it to a certain stage for it to do this, okay? Once it does this, you have almost unlimited energy. Think about nuclear subs. They travel almost forever on a very small amount of nuclear fuel. We could have that for everything. Maybe not cars. I don't know how that would be a little dangerous. But almost everything, okay? You could absolutely deploy nuclear energy in a way that multiple times over would power the planet. And everything you can imagine. But they don't do that because then the oil market would collapse. Well, where we're going with all this is to avoid these constant wars. A lot of countries are just diversifying into nuclear energy. Iran is not going to stop pursuing nuclear enrichment. They have naturally occurring uranium and plutonium deposits in their soil. It's just in the earth. All you do is have to refine it, and they build their own centrifuges now. When they talk about refining uranium to certain levels, you have to refine it to a certain level for civilian like power applications, and then you have to refine it more. And what refining it means is spinning it really fast in a centrifuge that's so powerful it won't break when you spin it really fast. When you refine it, enriching it, if you want to call it enriching it, what you're doing is making it capable of generating more power. Okay? And if we just did that, the world would probably function a lot better, but the corporate interest behind the petroleum markets would be, first of all, oil would trade at like $10 a barrel. If the only thing oil was used for was like cooking applications and like motor oil and stuff like that, it would have no commercial value. And people, like the rich people, would like get really mad. Well, oops, you screwed up. If you're, I'm not a market analyst, this is not investment advice, but yeah, if large countries continue to diversify their energy supply into nuclear energy, the oil market is a terrible place to be in. It won't exist, as you know, especially if we had like nuclear powered ships. Please. The oil market, as you know, it would not exist. Why are we fueling yachts with $1 million worth of gas? Are we stupid? Honestly. Are we dumb, or have we just been sold a bill of goods? But the point is, Iran, by the way, Iran knows this. Their leverage is short term. The oil market is finite. Iran is building a lot of their future power generation around nuclear fuel. And they're going to get it whether we like it or not. So I don't understand why we even said we're going in there to stop them from enriching plutonium or uranium. They're going to do both. And they're going to continue to do it 500 meters under granite, and no one's going to stop them. It would be like telling America or Israel not to enrich nuclear material. Good luck with that one. Oh, that's right. I've heard of solar-powered cars. Welcome to the channel, by the way. FBI Ice Cream Truck, hilarious username. I've heard of solar-powered cars, and I've heard of alternative power generation methodologies, especially Weidencliff Tower. It's kind of a corollary. I think if you had like AC wireless power transmission coupled with like source, like nuclear source power generation, you could Tesla's theory was that there's latent energy in the air that you can kind of harness through Tesla coils and bring down into power stations and then translate into usable energy. I'm not really sure if that was the best application of the technology. It ran into issues with like how close the towers had to be, and also it was kind of stupid to bring latent energy in from the air and try to translate it, because you need to generate power to do that. What makes more sense is to generate nuclear power at a like Tesla coil source and then use the Tesla coil to distribute the energy through the air, because that is far more efficient than electronic wires. So that's, but I don't think Tesla knew, I don't think nuclear fission, like as we knew it, existed in like the 1910s. But if you had combined Tesla's insights about wireless power transmission with Oppenheimer's research into nuclear fission, you definitely would be onto something. That's my opinion. But I'm not a scientist. I'm a towel.
از این کشورها برچینه و ممانعت میکنن از سوء استفاده آمریکا از حاکمیت ملی اونها برای حمله به یک کشور مسلمان منطقه. نور نیوز.
By the way, in 16 minutes you're getting goat videos no matter what, but we did basically reach our chat goal. God bless all of you.
آقای دکتر سلام.
علیکم السلام.
آقای دکتر سوال من شاید خود شخصی باشه، ولی در روزهای اخیر از سوی یکی از جناح‌های سیاسی شما رو مورد انتقاد قرار دادن و گفتن که آقای بقایی اگر سخنگوی یک نهاد نظامی باشه برای ایشون زیبنده تره. گویا علاقه ایشون به جنگاوری بیشتر از تمایل به دیپلماسی هست و هر خبری که به حل و فصل جنگ یا کاهش تنش مربوط باشه بدون درنگ تکذیب میکنن و اعتقاد داشتن که این موضوعگیری شما شاید به این دلیل باشه که نگران هستید که برخی از جریان‌های سیاسی تندرو بهشون بر بخوره و امروز هم که یکی از وزرای سابق دولت هم یه موضوعگیری داشتن.
By the way, a lot of people, especially in the US, think that Iran is some like tyrannical dictatorship. Are you listening to these questions? He is being incredibly critical of the political establishment. And you can say, yeah, well, the IRGC probably wanted this question. Well, yeah, but still, the foreign minister's spokesman is like, look at him, he's like, how dare you? They are a free society to the extent that you have permission from someone in power. They're not like control. It's not like Russia where they control it. Oh, Nicola, thank you so much. Hold on, let me make sure that's Nicole, thank you so much. We are just one away from our goat videos. Nicole says one more towards goat viewing. Everyone loves the goats. By the way, the lore of the goats is spreading. Okay, this channel adores our herd of goats, and every time I do an interview now, when someone asks me about the goats, I tell them about how 1 million people and goats were, not 1 million goats, but 1 million people plus herds of goats were displaced from southern Lebanon on March 9th, 2026, and we tracked them on Towel News until we saw herds of goats on July or June 15th, whatever it was, coming back to southern Lebanon. So we love our goats, and the goat thing is great, okay? Everybody loves goats, okay? We want to protect the goats. We want to protect the sheep. We want to protect animals of all sorts. Why? Because they can't defend themselves during war. Okay, we care about the vulnerable. Oh, we did it, ladies and gentlemen. Miss K coming in from Australia. Oh, it's I think it's Australian money. I'm so grateful. We have hit our goal. You are getting goat videos. How apropos. We did it. God bless you. We did it. We hit the goal. God bless you. Goat videos incoming. You did it. We have done it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day. We had a combo there. You are getting your goat videos. I know you're all thrilled. Everybody's really happy. There is nothing that people quite enjoy as much as a little mental decompression break with goat videos. I know. You're going to get to see the goats. I know. Everybody get excited. Get ready. Goats incoming. It's only a few minutes of goat videos. We use this to decompress. And by the way, when diplomacy is unfolding during war, it's inevitably going to involve lots of analysis. So... oh, goodness. Charles came in. I've done business with both Ukraine and Iran. They are both disrupting, dishonest and corrupt. Oh, I have no doubt that people in all countries in that world are a little bit dishonest and corrupt. That's why I take everything with a grain of salt. God bless you, Charles. So good morning. Who's this? Jim's sister. Good morning. How are you doing today? Welcome to the channel. Oh, another one. I should start another goal. Oh, TNN, the only real news. You're going to get even more GOAT videos. You guys are great. Everyone, God bless you, 304 Mafia. 304 Mafia says TNN, the only real news. Look at that. Look at the confetti. How great is that? You're all so wonderful. All right, you know the deal. Hold on. Can I go back? I just want to copy it. I just want to use the same goal, if you wouldn't mind. I wish it would just default to that, but I guess they want to do that. All right, so there we go. All the colors. Let's do it. Good job, everyone. You got to see the confetti. Now you get the GOAT videos. Listen, I say GOAT videos. I'm a little bit convinced that some people, I've said this before, think this is a primarily GOAT-based channel. That is not, in fact, true. We cover news here, developments related to the war. We cover all sorts of things, criminal and civil cases. But, it's not actually a GOAT-based channel. Contrary to popular belief, we do like GOATs, okay? But I'm convinced that some of you are primarily, and as evidence, by the way, prima facie evidence. Prima facie? Yeah, prima facie evidence of this. I'm going to go into the poll, okay, in the towel chat. I assure you, of the 206 of you who have voted, 21% of you, in response to the question, how are you feeling after this weekend of chaos as to the U.S.-Iran war, 21% of you, so that's a lot of you, said, I'm sending the GOATs to Italy. 17% of you said, somebody call the Pope. 25% of you said, I need a vacation. And 36% of you said, towel, I'm exhausted. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, if there's anything that can make you feel just a little bit less exhausted, it's probably these GOATs. These are the GOATs that were displaced from southern Lebanon on March 9th, 2026. Look at them. Thank you, Dirty Bug. Look at the baby goat. Look at the baby goat. Look at it. Look, that baby goat is on a horse. His shepherd is helping him, and he can't walk, so he's a little baby goat, and he's on his horse. Isn't that great? Look at the baby goat. We had a question from Sonia. Thank you so much for your support of Towel Channel. Do you know that Celebrating is an Israeli company? I do. So is NSO Group. Now listen, Unit 8802, is that what it is? Let me just make sure. Is that what the unit is? Israeli Unit 8. It's a very famous unit. What's it actually called? 8200. Now listen, let's just say that the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, and also the Turtle Boy case, I don't think it's Mossad. I think that when you retire from something like the CIA or DIA or NSA or Unit 8200 or whatever it may be, Australian Special Service, when you retire from signals intelligence or human intelligence roles or whatever it is, you can make a very lucrative living in the world of private intelligence. All right? Now, I think part of the problem was that there was the reason that the intelligence community originally existed was to help corporations. Okay? That's why most embassies are mostly about corporations. I've never had goat milk. Thank you so much for your support. That's so kind of you. I have never had goat milk. But getting back to the point, the intelligence community, was created for corporations. That's why embassies are mostly consular officials, mostly help U.S. businesses find overseas opportunities. That's the cover. What they're actually doing is in the 40s and 50s. So it started in World War I, but in World War II it got really intense. It was called the OSS in the U.S., and it was this massive wartime intelligence gathering operation, mostly to like make sure Russian dissidents in the later parts of the war weren't going to like do sabotage attacks, like keep German dissidents like from doing that, and, like keep the American, like Father Coughlin, like American, like sympathetic to the German voices, like keep that like population spied on, deal with Japanese internment. That's what the OSS was doing domestically, basically. They were doing stuff overseas, obviously, as well. And like spying on domestic political dissidents is intense work, okay? And what happened was, in like the 40s, in like 48, President Truman got approached and was like, listen, the corporations of the United States have built the CIA. They are going to use it. You can have use of it if you sign it, but they're going to use it either way. So either like make use of it and sign the law or don't. Well, he signed it. It was a terrible decision. I think he regretted it. And ever since, we've had this international intelligence community that, in essence, kind of like launders its people. Like they start like working in the intelligence world. Then when they're going to retire, they get laundered into private intel. A lot of intelligence work, like while they're in the field, is actually through NOCs, non-official cover. So they'll work as journalists, academics in particular, financial traders, and like private intelligence operatives. You get them in there, okay, and then you control that institution. That's what the like intelligence community is really about: controlling institutions. Okay, controlling people is just part of it. It's a means to an end. Institutional power is knowing about decisions before they're made and being in the room when decisions are made and impacting the outcome of decisions. That's soft power. They also do wet work. They do actual international and sometimes domestic assassination work. But the primary purpose is narrative control. And so in the context of things like Unit 8200, Cellebrite, private intelligence firms, all that stuff, it all traces back to this sort of apparatus, okay, where people, it's like a revolving door. Like procurement officers, people getting military contracts, private intelligence operatives, all of this stuff is just a cycle, a food chain, so to speak, so that people who work in like the government in roles that are less than on the up and up can be taken care of for life and also continue to work. And that's one thing you should always remember. A truism for any country anywhere is once someone is in the intelligence community, they are always in the intelligence community. You never leave. Even if you go out there, even if they're doing a modified limited hangout pretending like these CIA officers all over YouTube, even if they're pretending that they're being critical, they're not. Even if they're the most critical of the CIA, it's a limited hangout. Once a member of the intelligence community, always a member of the intelligence community. And frankly, I think it's a weird sign, okay, that there's so many links to intelligence community operations related to the Karen Read and Turtle Boy cases. Okay, it's like a low-level form of it, okay? It's like very low level. I call it the E-team, okay? But these tactics, you don't learn them. You got to be taught them. There's no manual, there's no field manual for studying CONTELAPRO. Sorry. Not in the modern age. You need to know someone who does it, and you need to be hired to do it. No one does recreational CONTELAPRO. Okay? It doesn't exist. As a result, there's something weird about that whole thing. I don't necessarily want to go deep into it now because this is about the war and we got more to watch. But I know a lot of you are very interested in why does the whole thing seem to be collapsing? Why are all these operatives bailing? Why are so many people going to Florida or other like southern states? Where was all the money coming from? Who were these people actually working for? How far back did it go? What was the point? How many people were acting the entire time? Do you know where I see that stuff? In the declassified intelligence community files. That's straight out of the IC. So why that stuff? I might expect to see that when I'm reporting on like regulatory affairs. Why? Because it's big money. More money than any of us can even conceptualize. So I expect to see intelligence community tactics in the world of finance. I do. It's a given. That's why I know so much about it, because I studied regulatory affairs intimately. I know the ins and outs of the administrative state and how it interplays with the financial apparatus, which is what the intelligence community does. They got to move money around. All right? But at the same time, I absolutely am a little bit concerned, to say the least, about it showing up in the criminal justice system. I've heard reports out of the UK that there are operations where basically, like, prosecutors and the government hire a private eye or a private intelligence firm. What do they used to be called? They're still around in the game Red Dead Redemption 2. They're in there. What is that? I'm just going to look this up because I've Red Dead 2 Private Eye. The Pinkertons. Okay, they're still around. But a lot of people don't realize what a PI is. But I've heard these rumors that, like, American PI firms operating internationally with a lot of, like, operatives who used to work in private intel or be informants or whatever, getting around a criminal defendant, infiltrating their life, okay, like romantically or via friendships or money or business, and then developing all these fake networks around them, okay, and then using that to get derogatory information on the target or their family to coerce them into pleading. Now that's the playbook we saw with Karen and with Aiden, okay? Charge after charge, trying to develop charge after charge after charge in the lead up to trial to get them to plea. And when it didn't work and the trial went through and there was no plea, it would stop. Okay? The whole point is to pressure criminal defendants into pleading in cases where they otherwise would not get convicted. I'm convinced of it. Why this is somehow outsourced through the intelligence community, I don't understand. Maybe you have to be part of a special group to be able to access the service. Maybe you got to be like a former federal agent or get DOD contracts. I don't know. Maybe it's this weird world, you know, where you can't, it's not a service civilians can buy. It's kind of like a black arts thing that's on the black market, literally illegally. So if that's happening domestically, it's a constitutional issue. You do that in the UK, what am I going to say? I don't live there. Okay, you do that here, that you're in the jurisdiction of the country that I belong to, and I got a problem with it. All right, the Constitution forbids it. It's inappropriate. It's psychological manipulation. You want to run that stuff, Hasbara and all that weird stuff, when you're dealing with countries that are not America, fine. You run it in my country and I catch you, I'm going to hold you accountable. All right, and they ran it in Massachusetts related to criminal trials for Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. And the only reason they would do that is because there's something that ties those two cases together, and the Sandra Birchmore case and the Tiffany Overstreet case, that involves the intelligence community. And the intelligence community does not really care about, like, local Massachusetts politics. They would only care if this group, whatever it was part of something way bigger. They were just one cell in the network, so they got the benefits of being in it. But they were doing work. Whatever this was in Massachusetts, was a highly refined part of a larger machine. And they were putting in work. Now the soldiers are going to go down. But anyway, why Celebrate got involved, I don't know. I think a lot of these people are going to cut and run. They don't want to deal with the fallout of this. And the rule generally in the intelligence community is we'll help you as much as you can, as we can, until we have to acknowledge you. And at that point, we're going to cut and run. It's called plausible deniability. And that's what I see happening right now to tie this all together. That's collapsing. That private intelligence network that spent years getting around Karen and Aiden, they spent a lot of money. I don't know if they were buying people cars or what the hell they were doing, but they kept that thing up for years, and the thing has completely collapsed. I watched it crash and burn last week. There's nobody left. They're almost out of people, and you can't develop new people. Look at these, like, weirdos that they have coming in. If you know what I'm talking about, if you know, you know. Like, out of nowhere, who have no relevance, no clout, and they just that's their bench players, because there's no one left. You can't do contracted long-term mole work. You can't pick somebody off the bench. You have to have had someone for 3 years who has credibility, and none of what they're throwing out there is working. Think about all the artificial CONTELAPRO psyops that have failed over the past 3 weeks. Look how many people have been burned. Look at them. They're floundering around out there like fish whose lake was dried up. It's kind of embarrassing to watch, actually, but they deserve it. It's a nice form of schadenfreude, I suppose. I was waiting for this for a long time. They were also fake. Now they're out there forced to like call Karen guilty and Aiden guilty, and people are like, wait a minute, you were friends with KP the whole time? Yeah, I bet some of those people were. Which means they were all working for the same people. The question is who, why, when, where, and what were they paid? So, yeah. But then again, that's about my pay grade. I don't even get paid. I live on the ability of you all to support this network with your donations. Speaking of that, we're 2 hours in. I showed you some goat videos. There's other ways to support this channel. I saw AAA Bob around earlier. He likes to remind me if you'd like, every 2 hours I try to do this. If you'd like to support Towel News or me and keep me fed or other things, there are ways to donate. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis, and then there's a Cash App @ Grant Smith Ellis. Please don't ever feel obligated to donate. The whole point is to provide this information, education, and entertainment to you as a form of allowing the world, wherever you may be, to access information without regard to your access to resources. And in turn, I strive to engender cogent public discourse, which is really what makes me happy and makes me feel like I'm thriving, to ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. So don't donate if it would be a burden. Please know you never have to donate, because the point is for you to access this information regardless as to your resources. But if you do choose to support Towel News, I'm grateful. You can find the information pinned in the comments and in the description if you'd like to #BuyTowelLunch. Now, I showed you one goat video, and I know we've had a lot of talking today from the President and the Foreign Ministry spokesman and Towel, but I'm going to show you more goat videos. You know why? Because on June 15th, our herd of goats returned near Nabatayeth to southern Lebanon. Who is the new Epstein? You know, when the commission fell in the 80s, there was no new commission. It was just a bunch of street crews, and that's where you kind of got the GDs and the BDs. I think, you know, it really emerged out of the fall of the commission, and that was replicated everywhere. When you cut the head off the snake, it doesn't regrow. It might still like limp along, but it doesn't regenerate. It kind of scatters into the wind, and street crews who were doing the outsourced work for the snake take up it's like a power vacuum. And that's why if you look at like Boston, speaking generally, you got like 80 to 100 street crews, okay? And some of them centralize. Water under the fridge says Nightbot is #1. Some of them centralize control, but the reality is that there won't necessarily be another Epstein. Epstein was working for the KGB, okay, and Russian intelligence to control America. The network has collapsed. It took 40 years to build up blackmail on almost every level of American government for the Ruskies, and now they lost it. So that's why everything feels so chaotic right now, because Putin used to be able to be like, oh, I want that dealt with. All right, call my guy and tell him, call the guy who runs Massachusetts and tell that judge that we know about this, and this time he went down, 128 to that restaurant, and we have pictures of him with the underage girls, and you tell him that spy is being found not guilty. That's power. Think about it. Or, there's going to be a decision made about whether Russia should be back in the G8. You call Macron and you tell him that we know exactly what happened with Jean-Luc Brunel in that French prison, and we know exactly what he knows. Oh, you got that vote. You see what I mean? Oh, there's a bill on Russian sanctions in the Senate. Who's the key swing votes? Give me like 10 names. All right, give me the list of every brothel that they went to that was run by that Epstein operation. That's how Putin was running this. He's out of power now. That's why he looks like a demon whose soul's been sucked out of him. Because that whole network that he relied on, because he's a little coward, to control my country is collapsed. And now all the rats, some of them are free, the girls that he was abusing. But now all the rats are fleeing the sinking ship because they know that it's all blown. And it's very embarrassing for a lot of them. They may not have known they were selling out to the KGB and SVR, but they knew they were selling this country out for access to children, drugs, whatever it was. And they compromised the judicial system, they compromised the legislative system, and they compromised the executive. All right, over decades. And it's over now. That's why everything feels so odd. You can't make those calls anymore. There isn't a new Epstein. And there won't ever be one again. Because Putin's done, and he does not have the money. He's fighting a war in Ukraine. Notice all the psyops towards Ukraine domestically in America stopped as soon as the Epstein files dropped. Because although Bibi may have been benefiting from them, it was really Putin's op. And it's blown now. It's great. You have a great day as well, Carrie. It was so good to spend some time with you this morning. It's coming past 9 a.m. on Towel News. 9:03 a.m. to be specific here in Boston on Monday, August 3rd, 2026. It's 3:03 p.m. in South Africa, 4:03 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 4:33 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. Bonus goats. Now those goats returned to southern Lebanon in June of 2015. Now, I have one more thing I want to show you, which is sometimes people just send me pictures of goats. So Standing Stones loves to do that. The Pennsylvania State Police found this goat on a highway and saved the goat. It was great. And then Chrissy Kramer also sent me a great picture of a goat. I don't know where that one is, though. It's disappeared into the... See, when you post a lot about goats, the pictures of goats and things like that just kind of disappear into the feed of goats. But somebody sent... Oh, there it is. Look at those goats. Carly Kramer, not Chrissy. Carly Kramer sent me pictures of goats. Shout out to Carly and Standing Stones and all the people who like to send me pictures of goats. They're great. So, hashtag save the goats. All right, we got to go back to actual work now, listening to the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson. Let's continue with his remarks.
خب من خیلی سعی نمیدونم در مورد خودم بخوام حرف بزنم ولی فارغ از شخص سخنگو
Ron Hunter, so good to see you, my friend. I agree. Excellent point. Justice, so good to see you. I love those blue hearts and the goats. Kirks, how are you doing?
نهاد سخنگویی در وضعیتی که قرار داریم سخنگوی دستگاه دیپلماسی در زمان جنگ است و نمیتواند فارغ از مقتضیات زمان جنگ سخن بگه، موضعی بگیره و ضمن اینکه موضع اعلامی از طرف سخنگو که نظر شخص سخنگو نیست، بیان موضع وزارت امور خارجه و دستگاه دیپلماسی کشور هست. خب این بحث ها مدت هاست ادامه داره. ما به همه دیدگاه های منتقد احترام میگذاریم. اونجایی که قابل استفاده است استفاده میکنیم، اونجایی که احیانا احساس میکنیم منصفانه نیست تحمل میکنیم، وظیفه ماست. اما سخنگوی وزارت خارجه و کل دستگاه دیپلماسی و تصمیمگیر کشور مجاز نیست که دچار تصویرسازی های فانتزی در مورد جنگ و صلح بشود. ببینید ما را بین جنگ و صلح مخیر نکردند. آمریکا در طلب صلح به ما حمله نکرد. ما در یک جنگ واقعی قرار داریم و در شرایط جنگ باید به لوازمش پایبند بود. وزارت امور خارجه به هیچ عنوان مجاز نیست که برای خوشایند جناح‌های سیاسی یا تحت تأثیر جناح‌های سیاسی که همشون برای ما محترم هستند موضعی رو تعدیل بکنه یا تشدید بکنه. اون چه که برای ما مهم هست منافع ملی است. ما به عنوان دستگاه دیپلماسی ندیم منافع ملی و امنیت.
Now, of course, the political branch in Iran, it only exists as a byproduct of the 1907 formation of Iran's parliament. Iran in the 1800s was subject to a predatory oil deal by the British Petroleum Company. It's actually why Kuwait and Bahrain exist, and Kuwait in particular, and to ship British oil out of the Middle East. And at the time, Iran had to give up 84% of its oil revenue to the British. They got to keep 16%. And the Iranian people uprose and wanted to create a parliament in 1907. And the British thought that by doing so, the Iranian people would vote to overturn that ridiculous 84-16% split. So the Iranian people got their parliament, and it's kind of like a symbolic opposition to British colonialism. When the Iranian Revolution happened, they kept the parliament, but it's literally a devolved parliament. So Iran is the world's only theocratic parliamentary democracy. However, the IRGC, okay, and the Supreme National Council and the Supreme Leader are separate and above the political structure. In the Iranian constitution, the legislature and all of the constituent branches are subservient in the constitution to the Supreme Leader, the Supreme National Council, and then the IRGC. That body, those three bodies guard the revolution and are constitutionally superior to the political body of which this man is a member. In turn, to even be a member of the Iranian legislature, you have to get the approval of the Guardian Council. All 12 members of the Guardian Council are appointed by the Supreme Leader, either directly or indirectly. 94% of candidates were rejected in the 2024 Iranian elections. So even though the political body is ostensibly on the surface independent of the Supreme Leader and the Supreme National Council and the IRGC, because of the way the Guardian Council works, which is above the political apparatus, the Supreme Leader also controls the political bodies. Everyone understand? In Iran, everything is controlled by the Supreme Leader. Now, there might be factionalization about what information gets to the Supreme Leader, but it's a dictatorship with like a devolved, like nominal parliament. It's a very unique system of government. All right, now let's go to so you saw there like an explanation of why the foreign ministry like isn't going to deal with, he was a very political answer, and some of you are going to be like, that Grant, that made no sense what he was saying there. Like I couldn't understand how he was responding to the criticism from the reporter. Well, yeah, because it's like a very delicate thing. He's trying to say, we answer to Iran's national interest, and whether you're like an extremist faction of the IRGC or an extremist faction of the parliament, we don't listen to you. We answer to the Supreme Leader, which is the right answer. Now let's take a listen to the next clip. I think I'm the only person that's translated this full press conference from this morning to English. In this part of the press conference, which occurred at 3:30 a.m. local time in the United States, which was about maybe like 10 or 11 in the morning in Tehran this morning, the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson denied explicitly the Al Jazeera reports that first of all, the spokesman denied that there's any negotiations with the United States. And then he denied the reports from Al Jazeera that Pakistan and Qatar are sending delegations to negotiate with Iran. Let's take a listen.
وقتتون بخیر آقای بقایی. آقای بقایی، این روزها برخی جریان‌های رسانه‌ای با استناد به عملیات مستقل انصارالله یمن و همینطور ادعای اثبات نشده حمله پهپادی مقاومت عراق به تأسیسات نفتی عربستان سعودی انگشت اتهام رو به سمت ما گرفتن و مدعی هستند که این ایرانه که به دنبال گشودن جبهه‌های جدید و گسترش جغرافیای جنگ هستش. پاسخ شما به این اتهام چیه؟ ممنون میشم.
و من مطمئنم کسانی که این رو مطرح میکنند آگاهانه در صدد وارونه جلوه دادن واقعیات هستند. 5 ماه زمان زیادی نیست که انسان دچار فراموشی بشه. ما 5 ماه قبل در 9 اسفند با جنایت تجاوز نظامی آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی مواجه شدیم. آیا ایران جبهه‌ای گشود؟ از همون روز اول جنگ تحمیلی آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی از قلمرو و امکانات کشورهای منطقه برای اقدام علیه ایران استفاده کردند. آیا ما جبهه ها رو گسترش دادیم. موضوع یمن موضوعی است که به یمنی ها مربوط میشه. یمن موضعمون رو اعلام کردیم، مدت هاست که تحت محاصره ظالمانه قرار داشته. ما بارها گفتیم که راه حل یمن از مسیر گفتگو بر اساس نقشه راهی که مدت ها قبل تفاهم شده بین طرف های مربوطه باید حل و فصل بشه. لذا این که هر موضوعی رو بخوان متصل بکنند به جنگی که علیه جمهوری اسلامی ایران تحمیل کردن صرفاً بهانه‌ای است برای فرار از پاسخگویی و نشانه استیصال هست. مشکل رو خودشون شروع کردند. آتشی که برافروختن قاعدتاً مصری است. نمیتوانید شما در یک جایی علیه یک کشوری آتش افروزی بکنید و بعد انتظار داشته باشید که آتش فقط نقطه‌ای که شما مد نظرتون بوده محدود بمونه. مسئولیت هر آنچه که داره اتفاق میفته در منطقه و فراتر از منطقه منحصراً متوجه آمریکاست به عنوان شروع کننده این تجاوز نظامی و البته همه کسانی که به انواع مختلف متاسفانه تصمیم گرفتند در مقام همدست متجاوزان عمل بکنند. سیاست روس.
سلام، وقت بخیر. ما تقریبا هر روز شاهد تجاوز رژیم غاصب صهیونیستی به جنوب لبنان هستیم.
So here's the question about Lebanon.
تقریبا هر روز. نظر وزارت خارجه در این مورد میخواستم بدونم. بعد این یه نکته هم میخواستم بگم، سوال نیست چون پاسخ کامل دادین. امروز هم خبرگزاری الجزیره
And here's the question about the Al Jazeera report.
در رابطه با بحث مذاکرات، یعنی سرگیری مذاکرات ایران و آمریکا، اعلام کرده که طرف پاکستانی و طرف قطری نمایندگانی رو برای این مذاکرات میفرستن.
به ایران؟
نه به ایران نه، نمیدونم کجا، ولی برای آغاز این مذاکرات نماینده های اونها هم توی این مذاکرات حضور دارن.
من از چنین چیزی مطلع نیستم. عرض کردم خدمتتون که ما نه قرار هست ظرف این روزها میزبان هیئتی باشیم از بیرون و نه قرار هست که خودمون مهمان جایی باشیم. جنایات رژیم صهیونیستی علیه کل منطقه ادامه داره. شما به یک واقعیت اشاره کردید. ظرف روزهای اخیر تجاوز نظامی رژیم صهیونیستی علیه غزه ادامه نسل‌کشی است، علیرغم اینکه حدوداً 10 ماه پیش ظاهراً آتش‌بسی رو اعلام کردن. در طول همین مدت 10 ماهه 1200
Oh, I have no doubt that Epstein's and Putin's operation had control of the news. More than one station, Neo One. You're not wrong.
حداقل 1200 فلسطینی شهید شدند. طی همین 2 روز گذشته 30 فلسطینی در غزه شهادت رسیدند. در لبنان همونطور که اشاره کردید تعرضات مرزی رژیم صهیونیستی ادامه داره. این وضعیت فقط مربوط به ذات رژیم صهیونیستی نیست. به دلیل تداوم همکاری آمریکا، حمایت همه‌جانبه آمریکا از رژیم صهیونیستی است. مسئولیت کل منطقه و جامعه جهانی روشن هست.
Sonia, so great question. Also, you can see Iran is monitoring the attacks on Gaza that Israel has been engaging in over the past week. They've been bombing Gaza by air. Some of the attacks have been very intense. Sonia asked, do you think satellite imagery of Fairview or missing library footage could be acquired for the relevant times? So the Nest camera from the Nancy Guthrie case, that they were able to recover despite the fact that the perps stole the camera because they went to the third-party record provider right away. To get the data you're talking about, you'd either have to have like NSA level retention, because no corporate provider keeps records that long, You'd have to either have a company that's like insanely wealthy and collecting data for like monetization purposes, not pure storage retention. Most companies would keep that data 90 days, but the NSA might keep it forever. Maybe like a very large like data mining operation like that sells a lot of data to third parties would keep it. But other than that, going back to like January of 2022, you'd actually need to rely on like Data Upstream or Project Echelon, neither of which are permitted in the civilian sector. And the FISA court is already under a lot of scrutiny because of the way 702 was weaponized, and they're certainly not just going to give that stuff out. It exists, but it has no practical application in civil or criminal cases domestically. It's only for intelligence purposes.
متاسفانه سازمان ملل متحد دولت
Now, there is something called parallel reconstruction where you could, I don't know, I'm not in the government, but if you were in the DOJ, you could feasibly access that information, not use it, and then reconstruct the incriminating evidence you got from the Data Upstream or Project Echelon. You have to Google these to understand what they are. It's like copying traffic on the internet backbone. Like the internet's like a highway, and your ISP's like an on-ramp, and to get onto the highway, you have to go up the on-ramp, and everything that goes up the on-ramp, like from the device to the server, gets copied through Data Upstream or Project Echelon. They mostly launder it through the Five Eyes, but it doesn't matter. It's all the same concept. It's why China's building parallel undersea internet cables, because like we gifted, quote unquote, the world these like internet cables under the sea, but really we were monitoring them all. But anyway, the point is, you could technically, if you were a federal prosecutor or the FBI, get access to that and the information from 2022 that like the NSA might have, and then you could use it to go find evidence that is legal to use in a court of law. That's called parallel reconstruction. It is legal under a 2009 Supreme Court case in the United States. It's very controversial, to put it lightly, but if it were very serious and you knew you had a bad guy or girl guilty, like dead to rights, maybe you would use it, but you would never talk about it, and it doesn't exist for civilian purposes.
مختلف تا کنون در قبال یک نسل‌کشی آشکار بی‌عملی پیشه کردند و این عادی سازی جنایت، عادی سازی شنیع‌ترین جنایت بین‌المللی از جمله نسل‌کشی خب واقعا شرم‌آور هست. هم سازمان همکاری اسلامی، کشورهای منطقه باید توجه خودشون رو معطوف بزرگترین مسئله منطقه جهان اسلام و دنیا بکنن. متاسفانه می‌بینیم که
Hi Interpretel, welcome back. I hope your doctor's visit went well.
توجهات
Yes indeed, Rocco's Life, great username by the way.
از مهمترین موضوع دنیا که همون ادامه امهای استعماری فلسطین اشغالی و تداوم اقدامات تجاوزکارانه رژیم صهیونیستی علیه لبنان هست.
Now, I see a lot of people saying that they feel, not in the stream, but online, saying they feel Iran has abandoned Gaza. I wouldn't be so sure. I really wouldn't. Do you see Israel doing, although they are bombing, do you see them doing massive bombing raids in Lebanon? Mostly controlled explosions. And do you see them doing massive raids in Gaza? No. Nope. Israel is afraid to attack Iran. Let's kick the ballistics here. Israel is afraid to expand its attacks. It won't attack Beirut, and it won't attack Iran, because Iran has a strategic deterrent. Now, does that mean we're going to get the 67 borders right away? Probably not. But the people of Palestine are definitely the unheard voices here, and they've suffered, whether you agree or not with the borders that were established in 1967. The people of Palestine have suffered probably more than any group in the last 40 to 50 years. especially the last 20 to 50 years, outside of the Uyghur Muslims in China, okay, and a few other very serious forms of ethnic cleansing, state-sponsored, the Palestinian people have been tormented. First of all, Gaza doesn't exist anymore. It's basically rubble. The amount of children who have died, if it happened in America, every single one of you would have committed at least some of your family members to the war, and whatever country did that would not exist anymore, at least not in the form it did when it attacked in the way it did. All right, and the people of Palestine don't really have anyone to help them, and they're not Hamas, by the way. Hamas is a government, whether people like it or not. It's a government. The people of Palestine have different views than their government, just like the people of Israel have different views than their government, just like the people of Lebanon have different views than Hezbollah and their government. They might agree on some things, disagree on other things, but these are governments that we're talking about. And the Palestinian people, outside of Iran, have no one. No one cared at all. Maybe the Houthis, maybe Hezbollah, but nobody cared about what was in effect 300,000 people being slaughtered with video evidence provided by Al Jazeera until they got banned from what was it called? Banned from covering Israel and Gaza by an act of the Knesset. No one cared. So that's why I want this to end more so than anything else, because it wasn't until civilians in quote-unquote developed countries started getting hit with missiles that anyone cared. I was screaming into the void about that conflict in 2023. I was translating Al Jazeera Arabic, all of that, just like we were doing with this war. Nobody cared. Some colleagues on the ground cared, the people on the ground cared, but the world just was like, well, you know, that's terrible. It was like it didn't matter. And that made me really say it. And it still does. And so it's why I'm very sympathetic. The Palestinians, I hope that God wills them out of this with what they deserve to begin with, which was the 67 borders. And if Benjamin Netanyahu gets out of government and the Israeli government that comes next is somewhat reasonable, they will just accept that. All right? Because even Hamas is willing to accept the 67 borders. There was a time when, and this is not a loss for Israel, there was a time when no Middle Eastern country, not to mention Hamas, would recognize Israel's existence. Now they're all willing to be like, all right, if you just stop Israel doing things like bombing people, we will recognize you and give you the 67 borders. That's a great deal. Take it.
در پی برخی اظهار نظرها از جمله سخنان یارقچی مبنی بر اینکه ایران ونزوئلا نیست، آینده روابط تهران کاراکاس رو با توجه به تحولات صورت گرفته در کشور چطور ارزیابی می‌کنید؟
خب رابطه ما با ونزوئلا همواره رابطه‌ای بوده مبتنی بر احترام متقابل، منافع مشترک دو ملت و سابقه‌ای که در رابطه بین ایران و ونزوئلا وجود داره مؤید نکته‌ای است که بنده عرض کردم. خب در رابطه با هر کشوری ممکن هست گاهی سوء برداشت‌هایی، سوء تفاهم‌هایی پیش بیاد که قاعدتاً توضیحات لازم داده میشه و اینها موضوعاتی نیست که بتواند در روند روابط دو کشوری که سابقه روابط طولانی مدت و محترمانه با هم داشتن اثر منفی بگذاره.
Wow! According to my colleague Ahmad, per the Iranian Army Chief of Staff Advisor 25 minutes ago, the Iranian Special Forces carried out 14 land operations in Suleimania and Erbil, Iraq, against the armed opposition, during which a number of the armed opposition were killed. Others from the opposition were captured, but the 23rd Brigade returned without losses. Iran invaded Iraq? Wait a minute. What? This is totally possible too, because Iran and Iraq share a land border, and Iran was bombing a lot in Suleimania and Erbil, and it didn't really make sense. So, according to the Chief of Staff Advisor to the Iranian Army, via my friend Ahmad, who's very good, he speaks Arabic, so he's very good with his reporting. There were raids by the Iranian Special Forces, 14 land operations over the past 2 weeks in Soleimani and Erbil against the armed opposition, which is the PMF, in Iraq, during which a number of them were killed, the PMF. Others were captured, and the 23rd Brigade of the Iranian army returned to Iran without losses. They invaded Iraq? Oh, wow. Oh, shit. I knew something wild was happening because they weren't bombing American air defenses in Erbil. They were lighting up the PMF. Oh my God. If this is true, that is a big deal. I can't confirm it. I knew something was a little off. But if this gets confirmed, especially by like Fars or INSA or someone in Iran, that the Iranian invaded northern Iraq, 14 land operations. I don't know exactly which days they are. Raining a lot. Oh, we're still dropping. Hold on. It's raining a lot here. Give me a sec. We're back. So my point is, the Iran, according to this initial report, unconfirmed, although the source who's reporting it is very good. He's normally very accurate. According to this source, we may see further reports over the coming day. I want to see it confirmed by someone in Iran that and it's a very specific report, that the 23rd Brigade of the Iranian Army over the past 2 weeks conducted, well, the Special Operations Forces in particular, conducted 14 land incursions into northern Iraq and captured members of the PMF and then returned to Iran with no losses. That's wild. I did see those reports about Iran moving tanks. I wonder if they actually invaded northern Iraq. Oh, Charles, I agree with you. I agree with you. In this war, we have seen a fair share of those false flags. I can't identify them all, but there was an attack on Oman early in the war that made no sense. And the Houthis didn't claim it, so I've always felt that was a false flag. And of course the Moscow theater siege in the early 2000s, the apartment bombings in Moscow, I always thought those were false flags. But yes, I don't want to jump ahead of this. We'll cover this over the week. But if this is confirmed, I just want to be clear. I'm not Al Jazeera, although they get things wrong from time to time. I'm not CNN. All right, I'm Towel News. But if this gets confirmed, and further sources in Iran report the same thing, then what that report stands for is that Iran, with no consequences, invaded northern Iraq, took military captives, and killed PMF soldiers, and then went back to Iran with no losses. That's a big deal. I agree, by the way. I don't take anything an army says at face value. That's why I'm so skeptical of this report. Charles, great insight. Not only am I skeptical that they did this, I'm very skeptical that they didn't sustain any losses. So, but just want to put this on people's radar. If you see a report confirmed by any type of investigative outlet, especially INSA or Fars or Tasnim in Iran, that there were special operations, land incursions from the 23rd Brigade into northern Iraq, that's an invasion. They might have only been doing it for targeted purposes, but that would mean they invaded Iraq. That's a sovereign country. And we didn't do anything about it. If this is true, they invaded Iraq and we did nothing. That's wild. I've never heard of it, anything like that happening. That would be, coupled with the Kuwait attacks and the Bahrain attacks, that would show an intent on the part of the Iranians to aggressively expand their territorial holdings if the U.S. leaves the region, which is exactly what they said they were going to do. Missouri Boat Rides, a great username, says, if this did happen, who will retaliate for the possible invasion? That's a good question. I'm not willing to say this happened, so I think a hypothetical is appropriate. I've only seen one source report it. But the reason I give it, pardon me, The reason I give it 10 to 20% possibility is there's been this weird exponential pace of attacks in Erbil and Sulaymaniyah over the past 3 weeks. I monitor them all. I get the primary source video. I see them. And none of them made sense. It was disproportionate to the attacks in Kuwait and Bahrain. It was constant drones and missiles, but mostly constant drones. And they were also firing a lot of cluster munitions, they being the Iranians. And I couldn't put my finger on what they were doing. But this would actually make sense. This is not like an out of left field postulate from, and my friend Ahmad, who's a colleague, he's actually a friend, I got him to become a fan of the Boston Red Sox. He's in Iraq. He's a fan of the Boston Red Sox now. And that's great. My point is, he's pretty reliable. I'd say 99.8% over the war. He does not miss. Here and there, maybe he gets a city wrong, etc. But he's really good. Oftentimes one of the first to have the Iraqi resistance videos, so I know he's linked in. And unless I see somebody debunk this, I'm going to peg it at 20%. I don't know how to answer that question, because the fact that Iran would feel emboldened enough to do that, and then no one would do anything in response, and the reports about troops and HIMARS leaving Kuwait and Bahrain, that would explain the air bridge. They weren't bringing stuff into theater, they were taking stuff out of theater. Well, who exactly, that would explain why Bibi's so mad. Who exactly is going to stop Iran from advancing and taking Kuwait, or Basra, or Erbil in the north, or Sulaymaniyah, or Bahrain, or the islands off UAE that they want back because they fought a war with the UAE and lost some islands in the 90s? Iraq doesn't have Saddam Hussein. Iraq is a failed state because of the US. Iran cannot defend itself. Excuse me, Iraq is a failed state. Iraq cannot defend itself against an Iranian invasion. Iraq barely has a government. Iraq is probably, it's probably more fair to say that Iraq is run by the Iranian paramilitary opposition than it is to say Iran has a government. Iraq has a government, excuse me. So I don't know what's going on there, but I will tell you it's more than 20%. I'd say 25%. They sent ground forces in because it didn't really make sense. We weren't sending any ground forces to Basra or to Sulaymaniyah or Erbil. We were pulling interceptors out and troops out. So they were sending tanks to the border near Iraq, and I couldn't figure out why. But yeah, I think they went into Iraq and no one stopped them. Good morning, Marcia. It's so good to see you, my friend. I think it's very possible. Now, this is an unconfirmed report. It was not brought up at the press conference. That would have been a very fascinating question to ask the foreign minister's spokesman. This is a report from my colleague Ahmad Slaman, who's in Iraq, reporting about a potential over the past 2 weeks, too. So it wasn't reported at the time. Special forces operation by the Iranian Army's 23rd Brigade to actually go into Iraq. Unconfirmed, only one source is reported on it, but just keep an eye out for it, because if you hear that confirmed, it could snowball into something bigger. Back to the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson, translated into English. I think I'm the only network that translated the whole thing into English.
سلام عرض
علیکم السلام.
در بین برخی جریانات سیاسی این نقد رو به دستگاه دیپلماسی مطرح میکنن که وزارت امور خارجه و سخنگویان حوزه سیاست خارجی در واکنش به مواضع تند و بعضاً توهین‌آمیز امریکایی همسط.
By the way, for planning purposes, this stream will be done long before 11 a.m. because I got to get some food. I expect to be done within the next hour. So for those of you wondering and making plans for, say, 11 a.m. Eastern for whatever reason.
اونا یا به شکل سریع
Good morning, Robson, and good morning, Vietnam. It's good to see you as well.
واکنش نشون نمیدن. پاسخ شما به این رویکرد و این نقدی که مطرح میکنند رو میخواستم جا بشم. مرسی.
ببینید، اجازه بدهید ما ایرانی بمانیم. ما منش و روش خودمون رو داریم و فکر نمی کنم که لازم باشه از گفتار ناپسند یا رفتار دیگران الگو برداری بکنیم. گاهی وقتا خوب است اجازه بدهید دیگران با کلمات بازی بکنند و شما در عرصه عمل کارتون رو به پیش ببرید. به قول عبید زاکانی فعل و عمل ما راست و دعوی ایشان را. شفقنا بفرمایید.
Also, programming note, I think there's a bus stop live this morning if you want to dual stream that from Turtle Boy. And then also, as I mentioned, I think Jolene will be live around 11 a.m. I was just being the towel news, you know, covering the wool. But programming notes. Good morning to you all. Lavender and Rose, it's so good to see you. I have no doubt about that, about Truman.
آقای بقایی به همکاری ایران و چین اشاره کردید. اما سوال من
Oh, and Emily C is also doing a FOIA and Find Out with Mel. So if you want to check that out, that's also starting right about now. So Tal will always try to give you programming notes so you can watch whatever you like. I've noticed, you don't really need a TV. If you have YouTube and you know what you like, there's almost always something to watch. You can either watch coverage of sort of different geopolitical developments, you can watch coverage of court cases, you can watch discussion of FOIAs. It's literally constant. There is never a time during the day when you can watch socio-political drama, you can watch like soap operas. There's almost never a time when you cannot see something on YouTube. I think it's fascinating. It's completely changing how people consume news and information in the modern world, and it's supplanting for the better legacy media. I think it's great. Good morning, Tiffany Bob. It's so good to see you. Charles, it was so great to spend time with you. God bless you. Best wishes to all the wonderful people in South Africa, and I hope you come back anytime. Thank you for your support of Towel Chain. Towel Girlfriend, it's so good to see you. How are you? You're so wonderful. I adore and love you so much. Oh, and now here's the question he's going to dodge about whether China's sending defensive missiles to Iran. Take a look at this one.
همکاری نظامی ایران و چین اینکه طی روزهای گذشته حالا اخباری در رسانه‌های بین‌الملل منتشر شده که ایران در آستانه دریافت 300 تا 400 سامانه پدافندی کوتاه‌برد هستش. آیا همکاری دفاعی ایران و چین در قالب توافقات پیشین در حال گسترشه یا چنین ادعاهایی رو میتونید در راستای تلاش برای تغییر موازنه دفاعی توی منطقه تحلیل کرد؟
حتما انتظار ندارید در این مورد من تحلیلی ارائه بدم. به طور کلی من
You certainly don't expect me to provide an analysis on this. He's like, I'm not touching that one. That was the first question he dodged, which means it's probably true. Classic Clippy. Grant, how about the immigration rush in Morocco, in the north of Africa, in the Setula, I believe, area of Spain? What initiated this? Trafficking related? No, I have to say, I think this is a political dispute between the West and Spain. The Moroccan government is kind of, captured, to put it lightly, and let's just say Spain did a lot of things that upset, in regards to the U.S.-Iran war, that upset the U.S.-Israel side. They closed their airspace. Spain did. Spain is very left-wing, to put it lightly. They're left-wing internationally as to international relations. Their support of Palestine. They want to sanction Israel. They really support criminal charges against the leadership of Israel for the war. They're very left-wing. And they didn't support the war. They're part of NATO, but they're in the EU, but they're very against the war. Okay? And as a result, Spain made some enemies. And when you make enemies, you might not get bombed, but you might get, a crisis. And that's where it came from. The Moroccan government did it. I saw the primary source video of the Moroccan government releasing prisoners from jails, 10,000 of them, on the northern border with Spain, it's actually Africa. It's south of the Strait of Gibraltar. But you got to realize this plan is not ideal for Israel. It's a pressure point for Spain, but it's right. There's only 3 shipping routes, okay, into Israel or out of Israel or near Israel. The Red Sea, which goes through the Bab al-Mandab Strait, controlled by the Houthis. I suppose they could use a land route to go through Kuwait, and then they could ship out the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz, controlled by Iran, or the Mediterranean. But if you want to use the Mediterranean, okay, the Suez is going to be off the table right now, and we're seeing Saudi oil ships going around the Cape of Good Hope because they can't use the Bab el-Mandab Strait or the Suez Canal. Israel's only option is the Strait of Gibraltar. That's the only sea port or sea flow left for them, including land routes, because their effective land route out the Persian Gulf is closed, and the land route through the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandab is closed. So their only out is the Mediterranean, and if they push too hard, that becomes a very dangerous area. People are swimming, trying to swim, okay, at certain points. Like they're swimming like from Morocco, like around like a fence, back, like trying to get into Satula. But the problem is it's taking them out into the Strait of Gibraltar, which is a very dangerous part of the world. The more pressure you put on Spain, the more likely it is boat traffic through the Strait of Gibraltar becomes imperiled. That would really mess things up for Israel. So I don't know what they're doing, but yeah. When the video, Tripoli Bob said it was an obvious intelligence operation and very poorly executed, I agree. When the videos came out of the Moroccan police releasing the people on the highway, I mean, can't you at least like put them on a train? Like if you just release them in the middle of the highway, someone's going to film it.
میتونم خدمتتون بگم که رابطه ما با چین رابطه بسیار مهمی است در حوزه‌های مختلف بر مبنای توافق چارچوبی که داریم، توافق شراکت راهبردی و همینطور بر اساس تفاهم‌نامه‌های مختلفی که در حوزه‌های مختلف تجاری اقتصادی از قبل وجود داشته و هر وقت هم لازم باشه برای موضوعاتی که نیاز هست تفاهم جدیدی ابتکار بشه، تمهید بشه، حتما این کار انجام میده. راشد توده بفرمایید.
سلام آقای دکتر، وقت شما بخیر باشه. در ابتدای صحبتاتون شما اشاره داشتین به حمله آمریکا به جزیره قشم که منجر به شهادت 3 تن از هموطنان ما شده. خواستم این رو بپرسم که به نظر شما چرا آمریکا به در واقع حمله به مناطق مسکونی و غیر نظامی روی آورده؟ تحلیل شما چی است و اینکه آیا این جنایت در مجامع بین‌المللی پیگیری خواهد شد؟ متشکرم.
خب متاسفانه این تبدیل شده به عادت آمریکا. این اولین بار نبود. اگر خاطرتون باشه آمریکا جنگ تحمیلیش رو با حمله به اماکن و اهداف
Hold please, frame drop. Just a little frame drop. It's raining very hard today.
غیر نظامی و مسکونی ما شروع کرد. حمله به محل اقامت رهبران ما خودش یک حمله مشروع نبود از لحاظ حقوق بین الملل. حمله به محل اقامت رهبر شهید ما، حمله به محل اقامت سایر بزرگان ما نباید ما رو از این واقعیت دور بکنه که کل اقدامات آمریکا که در این 5 ماه انجام شده مصداق جنایت جنگی است. اما به صورت مشخص و شاخص در روز 9 اسفند همزمان با حمله به تهران و محل اقامت رهبران ایران به
Oh yes, so obviously the rain came out of nowhere. I think people first found out about it like last week. So the golf tournament is on September 15th, which is probably for the best. I wouldn't have done too well today, rain or otherwise. I'm in a lot of pain from just swinging the golf club like 10 times. That was not a good life decision for Towel. But you know, the golf tournament will be September 15th for Turtle Boys Defense Fundraiser. I'm looking forward to participating in it. Thank you very much to whoever asked. Yeah, it's raining very hard today. So yeah, I would not have enjoyed being on a golf course. Oh, it was Ann. Thank you for the question, Ann.
شد به ورزشگاه لامرد حمله شد. همه اینها
I have not watched Sabbatical Tommy, Justice, but I've heard about what's happening to the people of Cuba. It is horrifying. Their power structure, their power grid continues to fail. It's a horrifying humanitarian catastrophe.
مناطق غیر نظامی و مسکونی بودن. در طول این 5 ماه این اقدامات ادامه پیدا کرده. حمله به برج دیدبانی چابهار یا سایر امکاناتی که منحصراً برای استفاده های غیر نظامی و مدنی.
Yes.
اینا نشونگر اصرار آمریکا بر انهدام همه هنجارها و قواعد حقوق بین الملل، حقوق بشر دوستانه است که به مدت 70-80 سال مبنای روابط بین المللی بوده، خصوصا در زمان جنگ. من توجه شما رو جلب میکنم به اعتراف صریح مقامات آمریکایی از ابتدای بروز جنگ مبنی بر این که هیچ قاعده ای رو ما مد نظر قرار نخواهیم داد. وزیر جنگ آمریکا اعلام کرد No mercy no quarters، اگر یادتون باشه، که نفس بیان این عبارت یعنی قصد و نیت ارتکاب جنایت جنگی. اینا رو که عرض کردم برای این هست که جامعه جهانی، تک تک دولت‌ها متوجه باشند که مسئولیت دارند در قبال نقض‌های فاحش حقوق بشر دوستانه بین‌المللی. طبق معاهدات ژنو 1949 همه کشورها ملزم شدند نه تنها به رعایت حقوق جنگ بلکه تضمین رعایت اونها توسط طرف‌های دخیل در جنگ. بنابراین کاری که آمریکا داره انجام میده در قشم، در میناب، در لامرد، اینها همش مصداق جنایت جنگی است و همه کشورها مجاز و بلکه مکلف هستند جنایتکاران رو پاسخگو بکنن و قطعاً.
Yes. Oh, that was the end of the video. All right, we're getting there. Now we're going to take a look at, okay? Iran spoke to Ukraine. Ukraine claimed it was an accident. So now I'm going to let you take a listen to the Iranian foreign minister talking about that strike. Now, Iran and Russia have been coordinating, as you know, along with Iran and China. So this strike was probably not intentional, as you're going to see the foreign minister say, but there was no Iranian retaliation. That doesn't mean the Iranians won't retaliate by proxy or otherwise indirectly, but there was no direct Iranian retaliation, although there was talk of a potential ballistic missile strike from Iran on Ukraine, but that never happened. Ukraine, for their part, pulled off, or almost pulled off, a military assassination attempt in Moscow over the weekend. The colonel, the leader of the Russian Aerospace Force, was dining at one of the nicest restaurants in Moscow. His daughter was severely injured. She has a traumatic brain injury and she is in hospital, according to reporting on local Ukrainian channels. And the son-in-law of the Russian Aerospace Force commander was killed. The attacker was a female, according to initial reports coming out of Moscow. She did not make it past the initial security checkpoint at the restaurant where a birthday gala was being held for the Russian Aerospace commander. However, due to the extensive force of the explosion, which has not been claimed by anyone at this point in time, a number of civilians, including members of the Russian Aerospace commander's family, were killed in the attack, and the daughter of the Russian Aerospace commander suffered traumatic brain injuries and has been hospitalized as a result.
سلام آقای سخن. شما در ابتدای صحبتتون اشاره کردین در ارتباط با حمله اوکراین به کشتی تجاری ایران در آبهای روسیه. من می‌خواستم این سوال بپرسم که ایران بعد از اینکه این اتفاق افتاد اعلام کرد که این در حقیقت جنایت رو پاسخ خواهد داد. ولی ما در ادامه شاهد گفتگوی وزیران امور خارجه ایران و اوکراین بودیم و آقای عراقچی بعد از این گفتگو موضعی گرفتن و گفتن که وزیر خارجه اوکراین گفتن که این اتفاق عامدانه نبوده و همچنین بر بحث موضوع خسارت تاکید کردن. من میخواستم بپرسم که آیا بر اساس این گفتگوی تلفنی ایران از پاسخ به این اقدام دیگه خودداری میکنه؟ آیا بحث خسارت و غرامت رو پرداخت میکنه و کلا چه اقدامی میخواد انجام بده که دیگه این اتفاق از سوی اوکراین تکرار نشه، چرا که گفته میشه قبلا هم این اتفاق تکرار شده بوده، انجام شده بوده؟
بله، مقامات اوکراینی در تماسی که هم مستقیما با وزیر امور خارجه داشتن و هم در پیام‌هایی که ما دادن تاکید داشتن که این اقدام غیر عمد بوده، اما خب شواهد و قرائن خیلی روشن از جمله بیان صریح رئیس جمهور اوکراین حکایت از این داره که این حمله عامدانه بوده. ما توضیحات مقام‌های اوکراینی رو شنیدیم و منتظر هستیم که ببینیم در عمل آیا اقدامی صورت خواهند داد که مؤید و تأیید کننده ادعاشون مبنی بر غیر عمد بودن این جنایت بوده یا خیر. ما قطعاً هر اقدامی که لازم باشه انجام خواهیم داد، هم برای پاسخگو کردن اوکراین و هم برای اطمینان از این که چنین خطا و جنایتی
That's some pretty tough rhetoric.
دیگر بار از طرف اوکراینی سر نزنه.
To be expected with a satellite uplink from time to time. You'll forget the frame drop.
سلام آقای سخنگو.
علیکم السلام.
سوال من اینه که شما در رابطه با تفاهم نامه‌ای که بین ایران و عمان داره امضا میشه اولش صحبتی رو فرمودین. میخوام ببینم سازوکاری برای تعیین یا دریافت عوارض از شناورا و در واقع کشتی‌ها هم در این تفاهم نامه دیده شده و ممکنه این تفاهم نامه در واقع شروع آغاز مذاکرات با آمریکا یا برگشتن به تفاهم نامه اسلام آباد باشه یا خیر؟
من همونطور که عرض کردم این مذاکرات برای تفاهم بر سر مسیر تردد ایمن کشتیرانی است بین ایران و عمان. اینکه آیا این مرحله، این فرایند میتواند متصل شود به فرایندی دیگر که منجر به کاهش تنش در منطقه شود، باید مقداری منتظر بمونیم. اینکه محتوای این تفاهم چیست چون در حال مذاکره شدن هست، اجازه بفرمایید من به همین توضیحاتی که دادم اکتفا بکنم، ولی قاعدتاً در هر تفاهمی راجع به تردد کشتیرانی بین دو دولت ساحلی حتما همه موضوعاتی که یا به حاکمیت و حقوق حاکمیتی دو کشور مربوط میشه، مسائل امنیت ملی، منافع ملی و همینطور موضوع مربوط به خدمات دریایی حتما به اونها پرداخته میشه. صدا و سیما.
هست با این موضوع عمان یه در واقع نقل قولی رو ما شنیدیم درباره اینکه معاون حقوقی وزیر امور خارجه گفتن که یک مسیر جدیدی در تنگه هرمز قرار ایجاد بشه که دو بخش شمال و جنوب داره. شما هم دیشب در گفتگو با شبکه خبر اعلام کردین که باید یک مسیری باشه که تامین کننده حقوق حاکمیت هر دو طرف باشه، نه شمالی جنوبی. در واقع میخوام این جزئیات رو یه مقدار روش تمرکز بیشتری بکنیم. یک قسمت یا نه دو تا مسیر جداگانه است؟ آیا در این حد مشخص شده جزئیات اون؟
خب اگر خاطرتون باشه ما
Before he answers, I just wanted to again say a special happy birthday to Emily. Enjoy your wonderful time with your grandbabies and enjoy your birthday. Sending you wonderful positive towel vibes, and thank you for honoring us with some time on your special day this morning from all of your friends at Towel News. God bless you and have a wonderful birthday. Real Jack Matt, thank you as well for that wonderful gold coin. God bless you, my dear friend. It's so good to see you. AI, artificial intelligence, it's so good to see you as well. God bless you, my dear friend. It's so good to see so many of my Towel friends. Petty is here as well. It's so good to see you, Petty LaBelle. Let's go back now to the Iranian foreign minister's answer on the question about Oman.
طبق بند 5 یادداشت تفاهم خاتمه جنگ در 28 خرداد ماه پذیرفتیم که
Oh, thank you for those birthday wishes to Emily, Tiffany, Bob. You're wonderful. God bless you.
مدیریت آتی تنگه هرمز رو میزان تردد کشتیرانی در تنگه هرمز رو به روزهای قبل از جنگ برگردونیم. ما با جدیت، با تعهد، با مسئولیت پذیری وظایفمون رو داشتیم انجام میدادیم. متاسفانه آمریکا اجازه نداد که حتی این 30 روز منقضی بشه. در روز 21 و 22 حملات گسترده‌ای رو علیه جمهوری اسلامی ایران انجام داد. به ناگاه به بهانه حادثه دیدن کشتی در تنگه هرمز اعلام کرد که it's over، اعلام کرد که همه چیز تمام شده، همه تعهداتش رو نقض کرد، محاصره دریایی غیرقانونی رو برگردوند، اسقاطیه یا مجوز فروش نفت ایران رو لغو کرد و سایر تعهداتی که طبق تفاهم نامه پذیرفته بود همه رو تقریبا یک جا ملغا اعلام کرد. و بعد از اون خب شرایط متشنج‌تر از قبل شد. آنچه که ما تعهد کرده بودیم و داشتیم انجام میدادیم این بود که از مسیر امنی که هیچ مشکلی برای کشتی‌ها پیش نیاد، کشتی‌ها تردد بکنن. از 2-3 روز بعد از تفاهم 28 خرداد، یعنی 1 روز بعد از سفر وزیر امور خارجه آمریکا به منطقه و امضای بیانیه مشترک با وزرای خارجه شورای همکاری خلیج فارس، ما مواجه شدیم با تلاش یکسویه آمریکا جهت باز کردن مسیر جنوبی از آبهای عمان که خب این هم خلاف ماده بند 5 یادداشت تفاهم بود و هم مسیر ناامن و خطرناک بود از حیث مباحث زیست محیطی و همینطور تهدیدی که علیه امنیت ملی ایران ایجاد میکرد. ما در بیانیه‌مون هم توضیح دادیم که کشتی‌هایی که از این مسیر میرفتن با فشار سنتکام، با ارعاب طرف آمریکایی و متاسفانه همراهی و همدستی برخی از کشورهای منطقه، بعضی از اونها حتی حامل تجهیزات نظامی بودند. در پناه این کشتی‌های غول‌پیکر بعضاً ناوچه‌هایی تردد پیدا می‌کردند و خب این با هم کلیت تفاهم در تعارض بود و هم با تک تک بندهای اون، چون تعهد ما به فراهم کردن مسیر امن برای تعدد کشتی‌های تجاری بود و قرار نبود که تنگه هرمز مورد سوء استفاده قرار بگیره برای استفاده های نظامی. خب در این مدت مذاکرات حول این محور بوده که مسیر جنوبی که
Oh, God bless you, Lane Matrix. I was just dealing with some administrative things, being a towel. You have a wonderful day at work. Thank you for watching with me this morning and with Towel News. God bless you, my dear friend. It's so good to see you. Dee Dee Thames, how are you doing, my friend? It's so good to see you this morning. You caught us right as we're heading into our last, I'd say 30 minutes or so of Towel News. So great timing, my friend. Good to see you.
مسیری است که از آبهای عمان میگذره و مسیر شمالی که از آبهای سرزمینی ایران تبدیل بشه به یک مسیر بینابین که تأمین کننده ملاحظات و منافع هر دو دولت ساحلی باشه. بنابراین ما الان داریم از یک کریدور صحبت میکنیم که مسیر رفت و برگشت خواهد داشت، نه از 2 یا 3 مسیر مجزا. این مسیر میانه.
Turtle Boy has just announced his legal team sent a Brady letter to prosecutors from New Jersey involving that case. I may read that at the end of today's stream as a bonus for you all.
به صورت موقت قرار هست مورد استفاده قرار بگیره تا زمانی که در مورد مسیر ثابت به عنوان جایگزین اون چیزی که موسوم هست در ادبیات کشتیرانی بین‌المللی به عنوان TSS جایگزین اون TSS قدیمی بشه. العالم.
Okay, so you saw the statements from the Iranian foreign minister there regarding the discussions bilateral. What that means is the U.S. is not involved with Oman. I'm hearing reports this morning that the U.S. is going to capitulate and allow Iran to control the route that traffic goes through in the Strait of Hormuz, aka closing the southern route, and Iran and Oman having control over the northern route. And that's what I'm hearing. I cannot confirm it, but it would not surprise me. Now we're going to take a look at a strange claim from the Iranian foreign minister. I'll put this on 2x speed about Ukrainian mercenaries working in Iraq. All right, so I'll put it at 1.5 speed. The text will go pretty quick, but you should be able to follow.
سلام علیکم. اخیراً مقامات امنیتی عراق اعلام کردند که چندین گروه تحت حمایت اوکراین در داخل عراق به دست فعالیت‌های خرابکارانه می‌زدن، اونها رو بازداشت کردن. این گروه هم متهم به حمله به تأسیسات نفتی عراق شدن. در مقابل مشاور امنیت ملی عراق آقای قاسم الاعرجی به صراحت اعلام کرده که بازداشت شدگان اعتراف کردند برای اوکراین کار می‌کردند و افزوده که اوکراین حاکمیت عراق را نقض کرده است. نظر جمهوری اسلامی ایران در این موضوع متشکرم.
این موضوع باعث نگرانی است. اینکه طرفی که درگیر یک منازعه 4 ساله است در منطقه دیگر و متاسفانه سابقه هم نشون میده که برای جلب توجه طرف‌های مختلف و جلب حمایت کارهای نامتعارفی انجام داده الان بخواد در منطقه ما به نوعی در راستای عملیات‌های پرچم دروغین حرکت بکنه، برای همه کشورهای منطقه کشدارآمیز هست. ما در این رابطه با دوستان عراقی در ارتباط هستیم، در تماس هستیم برای
They're saying that Ukrainian mercenaries launched the drones out of Iraq and Saudi and Egypt. Okay, that's ballsy.
هر گونه ناامنی در عراق چه علیه امنیت ملی عراق چه علیه کشورهای همسایه میتواند پیامدهاش متوجه کل منطقه از جمله جمهوری اسلامی ایران بشه. ایلنا
سلام، وقتتون بخیر آقای دکتر. برخی رسانه‌های غربی گزارش دادن که در مقطع اخیر با توجه به تهدیدات ترامپ، عربستان سعودی و برخی کشورهای عربی حاشیه خلیج فارس به دلیل نگرانی از تبعات حمله به ایران و آسیب‌پذیری زیرساخت‌های انرژی در کشورهای خودشون در واقع برای کاهش
This is the question about why Saudi Arabia got Trump to stop this weekend's attacks.
با آمریکا در تماس بودن. آیا ایران هم یعنی در این زمینه رایزنی و پیام مستقیم میان ایران و کشورهای منطقه صورت گرفته یا نه؟
ما با کشورهای منطقه همیشه در تماس هستیم. از همون اولین روزهای جنگ تحمیلی به صورت منظم در تماس بودیم. عرض کردم در پاسخ به یک سوال دیگه دانایان منطقه به خوبی میدونن که امنیت در منطقه تجزیه ناپذیر هست. ناامنی علیه یک کشور منطقه خواه ناخواه سرایت میکنه به بقیه منطقه و این رو هم به خوبی دریافتن که حضور نظام آمریکا ناامن‌ساز هست، ثبات زداست و طبیعتاً همه تلاش میکنن که همه کسانی که واقعاً صادقانه دنبال برقراری امنیت هستن تلاش میکنن که مانع از تشدید درگیری‌ها بشوند، ولی همونطور که عرض کردم نهایتاً آنچه که ما رو در برابر دشمنی و شرارت دشمن بیمه میکنه توانایی و اقتدار خودمون هست. آن خبر آنلاین.
سلام علیکم، علیکم بقیه بخیر. آقای رئیس جمهور دیشب تفاهمنامه پایان جنگ اسلام آباد مرکز اصل روابط خارجی کشور در آینده توصیف کردن و گفتن که باید تلاش بشه که دشمن به تعهدات خودش در تفاهمنامه برگرده. من از پاسخی که به 2 سال اول دادید این گونه برداشتم که گویا هیچ تبادل پیام و صحبتی در مورد برگشت به تفاهمنامه از سوی آمریکا وجود نداره. میتونید یه مقدار توضیح بدید که تبادل پیام ها وضعیتش چجوریه؟ آیا شروطی برای آمریکا گذاشته شده که تفاهمنامه مجددا اجرایی بشه یا خیر؟ متشکرم.
تفاهمنامه رو ما نقض نکردیم. تفاهم رو آمریکا نقض کرد و من در پاسخ به سوال صدا و سیما سعی کردم یه مقدار توضیح بدم. در بیانیه‌مون هم به تفصیل توضیح دادیم که چه اتفاقی افتاد در 16 و 17 تیر ماه که آمریکا در یک واکنش به شدت نامتناسب نسبت به ادعایی که هنوز هم اثبات نشده واقعا ماجرا چه بوده به ناگاه اعلام کرد هیچ یک از تعهداتش رو اجرا نخواهد کرد. تکلیف خیلی روشن هست. ما در هیچ تفاهمی پیشگام نبودیم در نقض و بنابراین اگر بخوایم از یک تعبیر فوتبالی استفاده بکنیم از مدت‌ها قبل توپ به زمین آمریکا.
To use a football expression, the ball has been in America's court for a long time.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
هناك حديث عن احتضان سعودي وعربي للتفاهم المنوي يعني عقده مع عمان فيما يتعلق بمضيق هرمز. هل هناك فعلا احتضان عربي هذه المسألة؟ وفيما يتعلق ب
there's discussions in Rome today between Lebanon, the US and Israel.
مذكرات بين لبنان والكيان الصهيوني في روما. كيف تنظر إيران بهذه المفاوضات؟ وهل هناك محاولة لتفريغ محتوى مذكرة إسلام أباد فيما يتعلق بلبنان من خلال هذه المفاوضات؟ كيف تقيمون هذه المسألة؟
فارسی باید بفرمایید.
گزارش‌هایی هست درباره حمایت و استقبال برخی کشورهای عربی از تفاهم در حال شکل‌گیری میان ایران و عمان هست. آیا این مسئله وجود دارد؟ و درباره مذاکراتی میان لبنان و رژیم صهیونیستی در روم هست. ایران چجوری این روند مذاکرات ارزیابی می‌کند و آیا این مذاکرات محتوای چیزی که در اسلام آباد یادداشت اسلام آباد دور می‌زند؟ ایران چجوری این مسئله ارزیابی می‌کند درباره لبنان؟
در مورد اینکه برخی از کشورهای منطقه ابراز خوشبینی کردن نسبت به مذاکرات در حال آن انجام بین ایران و عمان، خب من هم قبلا عرض کردم که روند مذاکرات رو به جلو بوده و ما و عمان در مورد توافق بر سر مسیر جدید گفتگوهای خوبی داشتیم. در این 7 روز نقشه‌هایی تبادل شده، با همکاری متخصصان مراجع زیربط جمهوری اسلامی ایران در موردش بحث شده. ما امیدواریم که هم کشورهای منطقه و هم بازیگران خارج از منطقه این رویکرد بسیار مسئولانه از سوی ایران رو رد بدانند و تلاش بکنند که در این مسیر رویکرد سازنده‌ای رو داشته باشند و اجازه بدهند که این روند گفتگوها بین ایران و عمان به نحو منطقی به پیش بره. در مورد
Now on to the Lebanon issue.
مرتبط با
The Lebanon file, I should say.
رژیم صهیونیستی و لبنان، خب در هر تعاملی با رژیم صهیونیستی نمیتوانید شما رویکردی جز رویکرد بدبینانه اتخاذ بکنید، به خاطر اینکه تجربه نشون میده رژیم صهیونیستی به هیچ یک از قول و قرارهایی که گذاشته، به هیچ یک از تعهداتی که داده پایبند نبوده.
Sputnik now.
سلام جناب سخنگو، روزتون بخیر و خسته نباشید. سوالم از خدمتتون درباره کنوانسیون وضعیت حقوقی در اختیار است. شما هفته گذشته اعلام کردید که این کنوانسیون به مجلس ارسال شده برای تصویب.
She's talking about, so the Russian reporter from Sputnik is talking about the Caspian Sea north of Tehran. This touches Ukraine too, so this is relevant to that Ukraine attack question.
زمانی برای تصویب نهایی این سند میتونید اعلام بکنید به نظرتون چقدر زمان میبره و آیا همه نکاتی که باعث تعویق این پرونده برای تصویب در مجلس شده بود الان حل شده یا خیر؟ و یک نکته دیگه هم که در این خصوص میخوام مطرح بفرمایید درباره وضعیتی هست که علتی هست که این کنوانسیون الان داره در مجلس به مجلس داده میشه برای تصویب. آیا ممکنه که اتفاقی که توسط اوکراین یعنی حمله‌ای که به کشتی ایرانی در دریای خزر اتفاق افتاده بود منجر شده باشه ایران تمایل پیدا بکنه برای اینکه زودتر این کنوانسیون تصویب بشه؟ ممنونم.
خب این کنوانسیون میدونید 1397 امضا شده، نهایی شده بین 5 کشور ساحلی خزر. ما بررسی‌های بسیار دقیق حقوقی، سیاسی و سایر جنبه‌هاش رو انجام دادیم در این مدت. در تاریخ 31 تیر 105 تصویب شده و بعد از اون در هیئت دولت تصویب شده و بعد به مجلس ارسال شده.
So then he goes on to say it's a very important regional component. He ducks the question about whether or not the attack by Ukraine on an Iranian ship expedited signing the treaty. And then he talks a little bit about Saudi Yemeni relations. And then I think we're going to listen to this one because at the end he talks about Hamas and he's like, this report from Mr. President Trump that Hamas agreed to disarm doesn't make any sense, and it's not true because frankly it's not and it doesn't.
برای تقویت همکاری و اعتماد بین 5 کشور عضو این کنوانسیون.
Let me speed this up.
خب دانشجو
سلام آقای بقایی، وقتتون بخیر باشه. در روزهای اخیر شاهد تشدید تنش توی این منطقه به ویژه در عراق بودیم. آمریکا و عربستان سعودی حملاتی رو علیه برخی مواضع در عراق انجام دادن به اینکه تعداد زیادی از زائران ایرانی هستن و زائران دیگه از کشورهای مختلف امنیتشون به خاطر این حملات به خطر میفته. واکنش
So this is the Aberdeen pilgrimage in northern Iraq and she's asking are you concerned about American attacks in the area during the pilgrimage.
شما خارج به این تجاوزات چیه؟
ما طی بیانیه این حمله آمریکا و عربستان سعودی رو محکوم کردیم به طرق مختلف، از جمله از طریق مبادی رسمی دیپلماتیک مراتب اعتراض شدیدمون رو به طرف سعودی اعلام کردیم. البته خب طرف سعودی در این زمینه توضیحاتی داده، اینکه گفتن اونها مشارکتی نداشتن، ولی به هر حال آنچه که مسلم هست این جنایت ناشی از یک عملیات مشترک بوده با آمریکا و چند نفر از شهروندان عزیز ایرانی در جریان این جنایت به شهادت رسیدن. من جا داره اینجا صدا تو میاد؟
He's asking about Yemen.
من کلا اجازه بدید در مورد آنچه که تحت عنوان ائتلاف مشهور شده و مسبوق به سابقه است، حدود 10 سال قبل هم چنین ائتلافی درست شد، ناکارآمدیش به اثبات رسید. موضوع یمن قرار نیست با چنین ائتلاف‌هایی حل بشه. مسئله یمن یک مسئله انسانی است، یک مسئله مرتبط با حاکمیت ملی یک کشور هست. ما باید تلاش کنیم برای ایجاد ائتلاف‌هایی برای صلح، نه ائتلاف‌هایی برای آزاررسانی کشورهای اسلامی منطقه. بارها گفتیم که مسئله یمن باید از طریق گفتگو بر اساس نقشه راهی که تفاهم شده حل بشه و در این زمینه همیشه هم اعلام آمادگی کردیم برای اینکه کمک کنیم به پیشبرد این روند. پرستیوی.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Given the recent imposition of a new round of U.S. sanctions against 10 entities and 8 vessels linked to Iran, what is the
English question? Go ahead.
Foreign Ministry's assessment of Washington's objectives under the current circumstances, and will this move affect the course of diplomacy? با توجه به اعمال دور جدید تحریم‌های آمریکا علیه 10 نهاد و 8 کشتی مرتبط با ایران، وزارت امور خارجه چه ارزیابی از اهداف واشنگتن در شرایط کنونی داره و آیا این اقدام بر روند دیپلماسی تاثیر خواهد داشت؟
خب اقدام آمریکا در تعرض به کشتیرانی تجاری ایران، اهم از حملات مستقیمی که هر از جنگ‌های انجام داده یا تحریم کردن اونها، ارعاب اونها، مصداق دزدی دریایی است. و البته وقتی میگیم دزدی دریایی خیلی قرار نیست طرفای آمریکایی ظاهراً شرمنده بشن، به خاطر اینکه صراحتاً اعلام کردن که ما شبیه دزدان دریایی عمل می‌کنیم و بهش هم افتخار کردن. خب این اقدامات صرفاً خصومت و عداوت آمریکا با ملت ایران رو میرسونه و نشونگر این واقعیت هست که آمریکا کماکان بر مسیر تقابل با ایران پافشاری میکنه، علیرغم همه این ادعاهایی که شما میشنوید، مبنی بر اینکه برای ما دیپلماسی هم مهم هست. طبیعتاً متقابلاً جمهوری اسلامی ایران هر اقدامی رو که لازم باشه برای صیانت از منافع ملی خودش اتخاذ خواهد کرد. اقتصاد محترم بفرمایید.
جناب آقای بقایی سلام، وقتتون بخیر. هفته گذشته سند عضویت ایران در سازمان جهانی همکاری هوش مصنوعی بایکو توسط سفیر ایران
I'm going to skip this one because I want to hear the Hamas question.
باشگاه خبرگزاران.
عرض سلام و احترام دارم آقای دکتر. خبرهای منتشر شده مبنی بر اینکه حماس با واگذاری سلاح موافقت کرده. موضع ایران نسبت به این موضوع چیست؟ خیلی ممنون.
البته خبرها ضد و نقیض هست. شرط و شروط مقاومت فلسطین رو هم حتما دیدید. ولی به طور کلی من همون پاسخی که به یکی دیگه از همکارانتون دادم رو باید تکرار بکنم و اون این است که رژیم صهیونیستی اساساً به هیچ معاهده، به هیچ تفاهمی پایبند نبوده و از این ابزار، از توافق‌هایی که هر از مدتی با وساطت برخی ایجاد میشه استفاده کرده برای تداوم مسیر نسل‌کشی. آماری که دادم خدمتتون رو تو ذهنتون مرور بکنید، اضافه بکنید به آمارهایی که در این 3 سال در رابطه با کشتار مردم فلسطین منتشر شده. فقط 61000 نفر کودک فلسطینی یتیم شدن، نزدیک به 3000 خانواده فلسطینی کل خانواده به شهادت رسیدن و خب این جنایات گویا این واقعیت هست که رژیم صهیونیستی همچنان بر هدف امحای استعماری فلسطین اشغالی اصرار داره و طبیعتاً در این شرایط مقاومت فلسطین، ملت فلسطین برای تداوم حیات خودشون هیچ ابزاری ندارن جز مقاومت برای کسب حق تعیین سرنوشت.
That was basically the end of his press conference. He takes 2 more questions on Kuwait and drone attacks, and then President Trump's announcement that Venezuela is the 51st state. For the record, we're going to complete it. This is quick. It's only 4 minutes. Then we'll read the Turtle Boy Brady letter, and then I'm going to eat lunch.
آقای بقایی به افکار عمومی منطقه اشاره کردم. ولی من می‌خوام بدونم بعد از گفتگوهایی که آقای عراقچی داشتن با مقامات پاکستان و ترکیه و عربستان مبنی بر اینکه ایران پاسخ قاطع و جدی میده به کشورهایی که حالا بخوان
حمایت یا مشارکت در حملات آمریکایی و اسرائیل بر علیه ایران داشته باشن، آیا پیام روشنی از کشورهای منطقه دریافت کردیم مبنی بر عدم حمایت یا مشارکت در این حملات و اینکه ارتش کویت هم چه یک بیانیه
Oh, Deborah asked what kind of pain. So, also welcome to Perry Simon from Luxembourg. I added you as with a towel wrench. God bless you. Welcome to the channel. I have, I'm sewn together from hip to hip. And I'm also going through this dental surgery. And I have my esophagus and airway kind of penetrate into each other. And I have facial neuralgia and optic nerve issues. And, like, I have colitis. And basically it causes me to, be very tucked forward, and it displaces my abdominal viscera, and I'm just very tightly wound. Imagine tight lacing a corset all the time, your body was just naturally tight laced, and so it's just painful to exist. I try to distract myself the best of my abilities. I try not to feel limited by my disabilities, but it's hard. And I also, because I'm in the middle of a long-term dental surgery, my tooth is just throbbing constantly because I don't have the final stage done yet for various reasons. So I'd like to not be in pain, but 'tis the life. I try. People have it a lot worse than me, so I try to just push through. And I'm physically limited, and I have autism, obviously, so it makes it hard to manage executive function and things like that. But I'm analytically gifted, so I try to use my limitations and flip them around and find ways to participate in society and have worth. And you all help me with that, so God bless you. And thank you all so much for your support of Towel Channel. You're all wonderful.
اعلام کرد که مدعی شد نسبت به اینکه حالا ایران به کشورش حمله کرده، حمله پهپادی داشته. میخوام واکنشتون رو نسبت به این ادعا بدونم. ممنونم.
ما عرض کردیم ما به کشوری حمله نمی‌کنیم، ما داریم از خودمون دفاع می‌کنیم. ضربات دفاعی ایران علیه پایگاه‌ها و مبادی حمله به ایران هست. من مدام تکرار میکنم که ما هیچ خصومت و عنادی با هیچ یک از کشورهای منطقه نداریم. برای تمامیت سرزمینی و حاکمیت ملی اونها احترام قائل هستیم، اما کشورهای منطقه باید به مسئولیت‌های خودشون عمل بکنن. شما اشاره کردید به کویت برای مثال، نباید اجازه بدهند که قلمرو اونها، امکانات اونها توسط آمریکا استفاده بشه برای تدارک حمله علیه جمهوری اسلامی ایران. ما امیدواریم، واقعا امیدواریم تجربه این 5 ماه این درس رو به همه داده باشه که تداوم حضور نظامی آمریکا در این کشورها جز ناامنی و تفرقه و اختلاف بین کشورهای منطقه محصولی نخواهد داشت و ما نهایتاً به عنوان همسایگان دائمی باید تصمیم بگیریم با ایجاد اعتماد متقابل و همکاری سازنده با هم دیگه سازوکاری رو ایجاد بکنیم که تامین کننده امنیت همه کشورهای منطقه باشه. خب من خداحافظی می‌کنم. گفتم 2 تا دیگه.
ممنونم آقای دکتر. سلام می‌کنم خدمت شما. خدا قوت. آقای دکتر، رئیس جمهوری آمریکا در توییتی ونزوئلا رو اومد ایالت 51 خودش اعلام کرد. همزمان هم در توییتی دیگه در حال سرک کشیدن به گرینلند هست. قبلا هم که مدعی کل کانادا شده بود. شما این روند رو چطور ارزیابی می‌کنید؟ ممنونم.
خب اگر بخوایم تحلیل بکنیم به عنوان یک الگو، ما ظاهراً داریم برمیگردیم به استعمار کلاسیک حتی قبل از جنگ جهانی اول که برخی استعمارگران صریح با اتکا به مفاهیمی همچون مسئولیت نژاد سفید کشورهای دیگر رو اشغال می‌کردن، منابعشون رو غارت می‌کردن. قرار بر این بود که بعد از 2 جنگی که توسط اروپاییان بر دنیا تحمیل شد، جامعه جهانی مسیر دیگر رو انتخاب بکنه. منشور سازمان ملل متحد نای نفی استعمار بر اساس نفی استفاده از زور در روابط بین الملل، احترام به حاکمیت کشورها بنا نهاده شده. این ادعاهای مقام‌های آمریکایی که هر از مدتی به راحتی ولو روی تصویر و در توییتر کشورهای دیگر رو الزام می‌کنند به کشور خودشون، خب این مغایر است با همه اصول و قوانین بنیادین منشور ملل متحد، با مهمترین قواعد حقوق بین الملل و جا داره که کشورها، همه کشورهای عضو سازمان ملل متحد در این زمینه مسئولانه موضع بگیرن و مخالفت خودشون رو با این روند اعلام بکنن. من خیلی تشکر می‌کنم از همتون. ان شاء الله تا هفته آینده.
There you go. You heard the entire press conference. Now, Iran is smart to do this in the morning, okay, on Mondays. They set the tone while the rest of the world is waking up. Now, I want to show you one piece of footage before we read the Turtle Boy Brady letter. This is DAS cam footage from March 22nd, 2026, from the 39-day war in the middle of Tehran, okay? I want to warn you, this could be loud. No, it actually has music, so there won't be any noise, but this is footage of an American strike on Tehran in the middle of, in the 3rd day of the war, March 2nd, 2026. Oh my word. So again, this is footage of an American strike on Tehran, March 2nd, 2026. There's no sound. Oh my word, you can see the bomb falling. You can see it. It just falls from the sky. Look at it. You see it? Hold on. It's right here. It starts up here. See it? That's the bomb. And it just falls. Oh, that's horrifying. They struck in the middle of a road. Oh, wow. So if you're wondering why Iran was so incredulous, well, you've now just seen what it was like in the middle of Tehran. Now, let's take a look at this Brady letter that Turtle Boy's lawyers sent. Don't really know exactly what the Brady letter is about, so let's see it load up here. Hold on. This has a lot of ads, so sometimes it takes a second. I also want to make sure the ads are acceptable. Alright, hold on. He actually attached it as a PDF. Thank you, Turtle Boy. That makes life a lot easier. Why can't I just see it? Why can't I just see the damn thing? Oh, it's just a PDF. There's nothing attached to it. It's just the PDF. But it's still very slow to load. Because it's an embedded PDF. Hold, please. Can I just look at the... It's 11 pages? Can I look at the PDF itself? Don't you want me to be able to look at the PDF? It's an embedded PDF, so it's kind of hard to read. And I don't know if British Reporter Tal is going to be able to do it. But, you know. Hold on. Let's take a look at this Brady letter. Alright, let's zoom in here. Oh, that format is very difficult. Hold on, I have a plane. I have a plane. I have a towel playing. Alright, there we go. Alright, letter serves. This is the... Why frame drop? Why you gotta be so mean to little towel? More frame drops? What is going on here? What is going on here? Is it really raining that hard? I'll wait. Alright, we're good. It alleges Kearney Center made lewd, indecent, or obscene material about LS with the purpose to emotionally harm a reasonable person. The indictment resulted from the Atlantic County Prosecutor's Office more than 7-month investigation into a citizen complaint, which was filed on November 4, 2025. On July 30th, 2026, the prosecutor's office served the defense with all the discovery, quote, you have, under Rule 3.133b1, upon supplying the defense with discovery, the prosecution shall provide the defense with a listing of materials that are missing and explain why they have not been supplied. Emphasis added. To date, we have received neither such a list nor an explanation on why we have received such little discovery from this lengthy investigation. The discovery we have received consists of little more than a Linwood Police Department activity report printed out on January 28, 2026, a one-page handwritten statement made by LS in support of her citizen complaint on November 4th, and a few minutes of body-worn camera depicting Ellis at the police station. Although the ACPO investigated the civilian complaint for more than 7 months, we have not received nor any documents memorializing the statements or information LS provided to ACPO Chief Assistant Prosecutor Erica Halako, who led the 7-month investigation and presented the matter to the grand jury, Sergeant Vicky Levy, the sole witness before the grand jury, or anyone else at the ACPO. Number 2. Sergeant Levy's testimony amounted to little more than one-word responses agreeing with Ms. Halako's leading questions. The exclusive source of Sergeant Levy's knowledge was the discovery in the matter of State v. Aidan Kearney. Ms. Halako failed to describe the discovery, mark it as an exhibit, or introduce it into evidence. In other words, the grand jury and Kearney were deliberately kept ignorant on the original source of the information that Sergeant Levy regurgitated to secure Kearney's indictment. We cannot even label Sergeant Levy's testimony as hearsay because there is no way to determine whether she was recounting an out-of-court statement by LS or someone else, or whether her alleged knowledge stemmed from another source. The discovery relied upon by Sergeant Levy on July 22, 2026 cannot be identical to the discovery provided to the defense on July 30, 2026, for the simple reason that much of the hearsay evidence presented to the grand jury is not centered and then contained in the discovery the ACPO gave us. Okay. leaving for another day the legal question of whether Carney's words were lewd, indecent, or obscene, and or whether his speech was protected by the First Amendment. 2. U.S. Supreme Court precedent repeatedly holds expressions remain protected even where the content hurts feelings, causes offense, or evokes resentment. Speech is often abusive, even vulgar, derisive, and provocative, yet is still protected under the federal constitutional guarantees of free expression unless it is much more than that. But unless speech presents a clear and present danger of some substantive evil, it may neither be forbidden nor penalized. Okay, and he cites to a New Jersey case, and that all derives from the federal standard, the Fighting Words case standard. The substance of the case against Carney rests exclusively on LS's testimony. As such, her credibility is as important as any issue in the case. It is therefore essential that the defense promptly receive any information and material in the ACPO's possession, custody, or control provided by LS, particularly evidence which tends to adversely impact their credibility. As you are aware, over the past several months, we provided Ms. Yako with numerous examples highlighting LS's lack of credibility. In other words, we provided the ACPO with substantial evidence which required any credible and good faith investigation to include a thorough vetting of the serious issues undermining its key witnesses' credibility before determining whether criminal charges against Carney were warranted. 4. Several times, we requested in writing that the ACPO inform the grand jury about red flags associated with LS's credibility. Issues related to the impairment of the integrity of the grand jury proceeding will be addressed at length in our forthcoming motion to dismiss the indictment. So there you go. Aiden there's some breaking news for you. If you always read your footnotes, folks, Aiden Carney will be moving to dismiss the New Jersey indictment filed last week. Okay, let's continue. And in furtherance of the state's duty to disclose exculpatory evidence in its possession, custody, or control in the event of an indictment, see New Jersey General Law Enforcement Directive number 2019-6, emphasizing that county prosecutors are obligated to, quote, gather and disclose relevant Brady and Giglio material to the defense. 5. The directive is available at, and then it links to it, and Brady and Giglio are the cases about exculpatory evidence. In addition to the concerns we brought to the ACPO's attention before the matter was presented to a grand jury, in the past few days we have received electronic communications between LS and multiple third parties which, to be blunt, are astounding. These messages are so destructive to LS's credibility that even prior to Carney's arraignment, we urge the ACPO to reevaluate the wisdom of prosecuting a case whose entire foundation is built on a witness with such poor credibility. Oh boy. In sum, the communications we have been provided with by others revealed the ease with which LS lies, this is according to Mark Betterow, and dissembles? I've never heard that word before. Define. Dissembles. To dissemble means to hide your real feelings, true intentions, or actual facts behind a false appearance. How do you pronounce that?
Dissemble.
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 Dissemble. I learned a new word from Mr. Betterow. By the way, I'll read the documents as they come up in this case. This is just a letter to the prosecutor's office, so take it for what it is. It's the stance of Mark Betterow, the defense attorney, okay? It's a court document, frankly. I'm sure it'll be filed with the court. It's a demand letter, actually. Notwithstanding, there will also be a motion to dismiss. I'll read that. If there's a reply from the prosecutor, I'll read that. I'm not a lawyer. I did not go to law school. This is not legal advice. But it is interesting to me how the New Jersey system works. Now, obviously, they're using initials in this complaint. If that's what they want to do, I'll respect that, and I'll follow that. So some people might not even understand the context. That's fine. I don't think we need to. I'm more interested in analyzing the legal issues at play than the personalities involved. That's how I feel about most cases, and that's how I feel about this one. So I'm perfectly fine with the initials being used, even though I'm a little bit confused as to what's going on. To understand the case, I must read through Mr. Betterow's letter. In sum, the communications we have been provided, dissembles, we have been provided with by others reveal the ease, according to Mr. Betterow, with which LS lies and dissembles, a word I didn't know, to advance her self-interest and gain admiration from strangers on the internet. Okay, First, LS lied, according to Mr. Betterow, in furtherance of her deranged scheme to gain online clout by humiliating Paul O'Keefe, the brother of the victim. Mr. Betterow, he's a fighter in the ring legally, but, having like an intense interest in the Karen Read case is not that abnormal. Next, LS sought to, but there are things that one might do that are abnormal in the context of that case, which might be the point here. I don't know what he's going to say next. Next, LS sought to capitalize on her online fame by, I don't even know who this person is. So I'm a little bit confused as to how she's famous. Maybe she's famous in some world I don't know about. Next, LS sought to capitalize on her online fame by lying to garner sympathy and to impress strangers on the internet with whom she shared nothing in common other than an interest in the Read case. Finally, according to Mr. Betterow, LS lied as part of her effort to have Carney jailed in Massachusetts because she was upset that he didn't give her enough credit for her humiliation of Paul O'Keefe. It should not be lost on you, I think he's talking to the prosecutor, Mr. Betterow, that is, Mr. Carney's lawyer, that this evidence exposes LS's lack of clean hands, which is devastating to the cyber harassment case because her conduct severely undermines your ability to credibly suggest that a reasonable person in her circumstances would have suffered emotional harm because Kearney said unpleasant things about her. I ran out of breath reading that sentence, Mr. Betterow. We need some punctuation in there. Now, I don't know. I haven't seen any of this evidence. I don't know what Mr. Betterow has. I don't know what the state has. I can't deduce the validity of this. I'm not a judge or a lawyer. I'm just reading this to you, but that was a hell of a sentence. Evidence of, okay, well, here we go. Evidence of, this according to Mr. Betterow, evidence of LS's false statements, deception, and willingness to frame Carney. Given that the ACPO investigated this matter for 7 months before seeking Carney's indictment and presumably vetted her credibility before seeking an indictment, we expect you are in possession, custody, and control of exculpatory and discoverable information than of which the defense is presently aware. In any event, we bring some examples to your attention so you may comply with your obligation to present any favorable and discoverable evidence regarding LS in your possession, custody, or control. LS repeatedly has lied about her ownership of numerous X accounts. I've never heard of any of these, including Elle Woods, the woman from Legally Blonde, Sap Aw, and Katniss Everdeen. Sometimes I read court documents and I find myself being like, you know what? Kafka couldn't come up with the absurdity of some of the things I come across when covering court cases. We now possess evidence which provides, this is Mr. Betterow speaking, which provides ample proof that LS used these accounts to anonymously advance her agenda, leak information about legal proceedings, garner sympathy for herself, disseminate false information, and publicly smear Carney and his lawyers. She did this at the same time she was cooperating with the ACPO and supposedly was being emotionally harmed by Carney. But LS's own communications with third parties obliterate her ridiculous claims that these accounts did not belong to her. Okay, footnotes. On December 18, 2025, approximately 1 month after she told the Linwood police that Carney was making her life a living hell, LS voluntarily sought the dismissal of a civil proceeding and a vacatur of a protection order against Carney. Prior to dismissal, LS testified that she would be safe without an order in place and that she was not concerned for her safety. It is noteworthy that she abandoned this case immediately before she was scheduled to be cross-examined. The day before, LS told a third party that, quote, this is all strategy to avoid harming her, quote, criminal case by testifying in the civil matter to avoid putting more, quote, on the record. She bragged about her legal prowess, boasting that, quote, they never even got to cross me, and, quote, they don't call me Elle Woods for nothing, quote. That's a great quote. They don't call me Elle Woods for nothing, apparently. But that's a great pun. But, that's not a good thing to say. In other words, the cyber-harassed and scared LS voluntarily gave up a protective order against Carney as a strategic move to help her criminal case against Carney. The ACPO should not tolerate being exploited as part of LS's strategic plan to get credit and additional online celebrity by having Carney jailed in Massachusetts. On December 22nd, they must be really worried about a bail revocation. Hold, please. I have to refresh your comments. You all commented so much over the course of the stream, it caused my browser to need to refresh the cache. I want to be done by 11. I want to be so I can go eat and also watch Jolene. But my point is, this is a very interesting document. I didn't know it was 11 pages. I thought it was going to be like, a 2-page letter. But knowing Mr. Betterow, he always writes a Mr. Betterow letter. Also, hello, Standing Stones. Good to see you. Let's see. On December 22nd, 2025, after LS alleged that she had been assured by the ACPO that Carney would be indicted, LS lied to her attorney about her ownership of at least one of these accounts. On December 22nd, 2025, LS's attorney represented to Carney's counsel that SAP-AW was not LS's account. That same day, LS joked about this lie to a third party, noting that her misrepresentation to her attorney made Kearney's counsel look bad. If LS lied to her own attorney about her behavior, why wouldn't she lie to the ACPO if it served her interest to do so? Indeed, it appears that she already has lied to the ACPO. In what amounted to improper unsworn testimony, Ms. Haleoko suggested to the grand jury that LS may not have owned the L. Woods account, but rather Carney presumed it was LS's account before he allegedly cyber-harassed her. Obviously, a seasoned prosecutor would never make such a statement unless LS told her that she was not the owner of the account. Oh, Mr. Betterow, when he gets going, he's just going. Patti LaBelle, I think Jolene is hilarious. She is a comedian, at heart. So I think comedy exists between what people say and what they're thinking. I find her hilarious. As if LS's repeated lies about ownership of the social media accounts weren't bad enough, on December 21st, 2025, LS bragged to a third party that she would never be traced to her burner accounts. LS explained that she had a VPN and no name or email linked, which meant they won't be able to ever log in, and I'm not giving them a password. She boasted that she would never be caught for this deception because Carney lacks subpoena power, and she would erase every single thing right now and say no idea, LOL. LS defiantly revealed her intent to frame Carney for publicly disseminating confidential information from the civil proceeding that she leaked on her burner accounts, explaining, F it, I'm going to say Carney leaked it. LS matter-of-factly stated she would soon concoct a story that she simply stumbled upon information that she leaked in a Reddit group. That's my story. Prove me wrong. We anticipated that the post-indictment discovery package would confirm that the ACPO had issued grand jury subpoenas and served warrants seeking all relevant electronic data as part of the investigation of LS's claims. Thus far, we have been provided with no such evidence. Considering what the ACPO knew about LS months before seeking Carney's indictment, its failure to secure and document all available electronic data related to LS's claims and her credibility will likely expose this prosecution to claims and motions related to the spoliation, deletion of exculpatory and material evidence if LS has deleted electronic data or follows through with their threats to do so. LS's pervasive dishonesty extends far, according to Mr. Betterow, extends far beyond lies related to her social media accounts. The communications we recently received reveal her brazen and deceitful pattern of inventing stories out of whole cloth in furtherance of her need for admiration and sympathy from strangers on the internet, which is entirely consistent with her motive for scheming against Paul O'Keefe. Some of the evidence about LS's untruthful conduct we recently acquired is described as below. 1. LS publicly has claimed, as listed on her LinkedIn biography, that she is a licensed clinical psychologist who worked for Atlantic County. She has cited this fact to establish credibility with others whom she has communicated online. But according to New Jersey licensing records, LS has never been a licensed psychologist in New Jersey. Oh boy! Now I understand why people were throwing stuff out there about people's credentials. I was like, where did this come from? Oh boy. LS repeatedly has stated that her father is or was a judge. LS's father is not and has never been a judge. On December 15, 2025, LS admitted to a third party that she lied, explaining the reason I told, quote, the reason I told Aiden my dad was a judge was because I was hoping it would scare him. That's the only reason I lied. Next, LS has told numerous third parties a horrific yet detailed story that her sister was unalived after she was given a DATE-R drug, brutally essayed for hours, strangled and injected with fentanyl, and then left to be unalived on the street. She claimed that her sister, disorientated from the SA drug, called her for help. LS went so far as to explain the anguish this tragedy caused members of her family, including herself and her father. She explained the unaliver, quote, still walks free, and that her sister was the, quote, most amazing person ever. She was an angel. Emphasis in original. On information and belief, LS does not and did not have a sister, let alone one who was given an SA drug, S-Aid, injected with fentanyl, strangled, and left to die on the street. LS sent a photo she claimed, quote, was the last pic ever taken of her sister from the night she was unalived, which ostensibly depicted LS and her sister together, but which in fact was a public photo of the Cavendish twins. The Cavendish twins are former college basketball players who became models and social media influencers. This is absurd. I'm living in a Kafka novel. LS apparently altered the real photo by placing her own facial image on the body of one of the women in the actual photo and describing another one as her sister. That's it. That's it. This has become absurd. Oh my God. What is going on here? On information and belief, the source of which is verbal and electronic communications between LS and others, LS created her spectacular lie about an unalive sister as the hook to reel in Paul O'Keefe. Oh my God, what is Paul thinking right now? He must be like, what is going on here? In her dastardly plot to gain his affection. It seems clear that LS told O'Keefe this story as a way for them to bond over their shared grief for the loss of a beloved sibling. That's terrifying. LS merged her tangled web of lies, if it's true, about her judge, father, and non-existent sister, telling another that evidence relating to her sister's unaliving was sealed because, quote, my father was a judge, it's effing sealed, my father was a criminal judge, and had the whole thing sealed permanently. This lie, of course, entirely undermines LS's false justification to a different person that she lied about her father being a judge to scare Carney. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. To impress third parties she didn't even know, LS shared photos which ostensibly showed her at exclusive social events with Derek Jeter, Alex Rodriguez, and Naomi Campbell. Every one of those photos was falsified. Just as she did with photos of her sister, LS apparently altered publicly available celebrity photos, inserted her image, and then presented them as authentic photos of herself. Alright. I have not heard of anything this ridiculous since bathtub was in a bathtub. Okay? If we find out that this person knows bathtub, that's it! That's it! Next, there's overwhelming evidence that LS is a compulsive, says Betterow, liar who creates fiction to serve her own interests. There is substantial proof that she is willing to frame Carney to conceal her own misconduct and to help the ACPO prosecute Carney. Accordingly, demand is made for the immediate production of any evidence or information in your possession, custody, or control that LS has lied, falsified evidence, or sought to falsely accuse Carney. To the extent that you have not interviewed or spoken to LS, considering our offer of proof, you are now aware of these issues and are obligated to question LS and the issues we have presented in the specific demand for Brady and Giglio material and to disclose your findings to the defense. Yeah, this case is done. Dunzo, in my opinion. I don't know who this person is, but even having to ask about some of this stuff, which apparently there's evidence of... No. This is not being brought. This is outrageous. LS's communications with law enforcement. As noted above, we have not received any statements LS made to the ACPO or any law enforcement official since October 2025. Based upon LS's messages with third parties, we know that these undisclosed communications exist, unless LS has lied about her interactions with law enforcement and or tampered with electronic communications to make them appear that they came from the ACPO, which we recognize as possible given her habit of altering and lying about photographs. On December 17, 2025, LS shared with a third party a portion of a message thread with the Chief Assistant Atlantic County Prosecutor, Pretrial Unit, Grand Jury Screening. Footnote 10. We cannot state whether this communication, if authentic, was with Ms. Halayako because LS redacted the individual's name before sharing the communication with a third party. LS suggested to the third party that she was emboldened by her conversations with the unnamed prosecutor because, quote, it may get Carney's bail revoked. LS then stated she intended to publicly, quote, drop more information about Carney. That same day, LS claimed that she was emailed by an ACPO prosecutor who informed her, more than 7 months before he was indicted, that the ACPO already had decided to prosecute Carney. 11. For 7 months prior to Carney's indictment, Ms. Halayako consistently told us that the ACPO had not decided whether to prosecute Carney. Indeed, on July 7, 2026, minutes before Ms. Halayako told us that the ACPO intended to see Carney's indictment, she told us that the ACPO did not intend to prosecute him, and she was determining whether to dismiss the matter outright or remand it to municipal court. We, of course, credit Ms. Halayako's representations, which means that LS lied to third parties about her communications with the ACPO. Oh, wow. Predictably, LS then went to one of the burner X accounts she lied about owning, which she described as, quote, her troll account, to criticize one of Carney's attorneys. Demand is made for the immediate production of any communications between LS and anyone associated with the ACPO in any capacity related to this matter. Coordination between LS, New Jersey, and Massachusetts. As stated above, LS's primary motive to seek Carney's prosecution in New Jersey was her hope and expectation that a New Jersey criminal charge will result in his bail being revoked on an unrelated Massachusetts criminal matter. In December 2025 communications with third parties, LS alleged that she was engaged in lengthy and substantial discussions with Norfolk County, Massachusetts District Attorney Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk County DA's office, and Robert Cosgrove, the specially assigned prosecutor handling Carney's Massachusetts matters because of the Norfolk DA's conflict with Carney. On December 17, 2025, LS told a third party that New Jersey and Mass are cooperating and it will revoke his bail. She indicated that her husband, a local attorney, was, quote, on the phone most of the day with the prosecutor. On December 23, 2025, LS claimed that, quote, Morrissey's office just called me and wanted to set up a meeting with her. According to LS, Massachusetts authorities granted her, quote, full immunity, presumably for witness intimidation related to her deranged scheme to humiliate Paul O'Keefe. Oh my God. What? What? They what? Mind you, this is impossible to take at face value because Mr. Betterow is both accusing this woman of constantly lying and then citing to her messages. So he's calling her credibility into question. There's no way to determine if Morrissey actually did this or not. This is wild. Absolutely wild. Morrissey's office is not even supposed to be involved. It would only be Cosgrove. Full immunity. And what's weird is this is not the first time I'm hearing about this immunity getting thrown around. I heard a lot of people were offered immunity, like willy-nilly. Wild. Notwithstanding her opinion that Meatball, referring to Michael Morrissey, is a scum. 12. Meatball is a disparaging nickname for Norfolk County DA Michael Morrissey. Yeah, you know who gave him that nickname? Rachel Effin Rollins. LS detailed topics related to the Massachusetts case that she claimed Massachusetts authorities wanted to speak to her about. LS claimed that she was on the phone with Morrissey for 3 hours. Excuse me? Who was she saying this to? Who is this person? And why was she just saying this? And how did Aiden find out about it? Mishigama, yeah, the new and improved British reporter towel. So good to see you, my friend. This is wild. Who was she talking to? First of all, I don't know who this person is. Second of all, who was she talking to that got all of this information and then gave it to Hayden? This is wild. I mean, if there's actually evidence that this was said, whether it's true or not, I don't know. It's at least enough to, ask Morrissey if it's true. What, are you going to subpoena the Norfolk DA and get him brought down to New Jersey? Yeah, listen, I don't know if you could do a public records request during the pendency of a proceeding because of the exceptions, but there's going to be FOIAs all over the place about this based on this document. This is wild. Why are more people talking about this? I didn't know what I was going in to read. I just saw Turtle Boy posted that Mr. Betterow posted a letter, or Mr. Betterow wrote a letter, and normally a Betterow letter in the context of a court record is going to be wild. This is wild. I mean, immunity deals and somebody pretending to be somebody and cut and paste photo jobs and non-existent unalive sisters and fake basketball twins and influencers. This is better than Days of Our Lives. Listen, forget about soap operas, okay? I'm just analyzing this. This is better than Days of Our Lives. I'm not saying that, it's necessarily good or bad for anyone. I honestly feel like I'm in a Kafka novel. How do you analyze this level of ludicrous absurdity? I'm being very direct with you. How am I supposed to objectively analyze this? This is worse than when we had to try to objectively analyze the motive of like 47 different countries. I don't know if the internet, after reading this, I don't know if the internet is a good thing for society. It does a lot of good, all right? But I don't know if our courts should be having to figure out, like, what an alt account is. And, like, God only knows who was an informant for who and who was a rat and who was being an investigator and who was faking being friends with who. And, oh my God, imagine unraveling this in a court. So, when you set up the fake profile to, just speaking generally, when you set up the fake profile to run, your operation, what was in your mind? Oh, and when you were, LARPing, could you tell the jury what LARPing is? Could you explain what an alternative reality game is? Now listen, when someone is on the internet, what does it mean? Could you tell the jury to troll them? Now, what's the difference between trolling someone and trolling someone for the lulz? Could you explain that to the members of the jury? Now, when you say that you created, speaking generally, the account to troll them for the lulz, what exactly did that mean? All right? That's where we're at with the American judicial system. Please tell the court and the jury what you meant by the fact that you created the fake picture in order to troll them for the lulz. All right? Judges are going to lose their ever-loving mind, okay? When judges sense something is pretextual, they get mad, all right? They get really mad. They're like, what? You know what? By the same token, I'd be like, well, I could deal with, traffic tickets, rudimentary civil dockets, or I could read this Bettero letter. So maybe the judge is going to be like, at least this is entertaining. At the same time, I'd be like, courts, I'm like Judge Middleton from Three Rivers District Court in Michigan. Courts are not supposed to be entertaining. Yeah, you know what? Petty LaBelle gets it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to write laws state by state. Anything involving the internet goes to a special court, and I'm the judge. All right? Wait a minute. Judge Jolene can ride circuit. Don't forget to check out Judge Jolene in a few minutes. But my point is the same. Listen, this is going to work. We are going to create state laws where any internet-related nonsense, anything, goes into a special internet court. All right? It's going to be like the kindergarten from the TV show Recess. And we're just going to put all of the people in there who have internet-related things, and we're going to give them, various, toys to distract them. And then we're going to sit them in there with a judge who's going to mind them, okay? And then they can just yell. We're going to make them think it's a real court. It's going to have, no real-world implications almost whatsoever. But they get to go up there. There's going to be cameras that constantly live stream it to the same 800 people, okay? And they're just going to get to go in there and just yell. They're going to feel like they got their day in court. I think that will diffuse a lot of this, all right? You know what? That's what we're doing. Internet court, hashtag Judge Towel. And Judge Jolene can also be on the circuit. And then Judge Boozy Beauty, we could put her on the circuit. Listen, this will be and then the role of the judge, we'll have a special set of rules for this court. The role of the judge is just to troll the ever-loving hell out of the defendants and the plaintiffs. Okay? So all the rules are made up, all the points are made up, nothing matters. It's like an episode of Whose Line Is It Anyway, but it's a courtroom. It'll be great! Oh, we'd have so much fun. You don't understand it. They'll call it Internet Court. It'll be better than Wrestler's Court. Oh, This is glorious. I don't actually know who this person is, by the way. I'm analyzing this from a completely fresh set of eyes. I'll read whatever the prosecutor files in response. I'll read the motion to dismiss. I'll listen to the arguments. I don't know who this is. And apparently this person is like a bunch of online identities. I have no idea. No idea. I feel like that Elle Woods name has come up, but Elle Woods was a character in Legally Blonde. So of course I know the name Elle Woods. Oh god. That is a good movie though. Alright, so she alleged that Massachusetts authorities were watching everything, especially for my safety, including by assisting with the placement of a police officer outside her home. What? What? Under what authority could the Massachusetts authorities send a police officer to her home in New Jersey? If that's apparently this case is from New Jersey, because Mr. Betterow was writing it to the Atlantic County Prosecutor's Office or something. All right, footnote 13. Just 5 days before she claimed that New Jersey and Massachusetts coordinated, pause please, that A, she felt safe without the need for any protective orders against Carney, and B, that she was not concerned for her safety. Suffice to say, LS either lied about her police protection detail or lied under oath and on the record to a Superior Court judge. Oof, Mr. Betterow's rough when he gets made. On December 25th, 2025, hold on here, frame drop. Since Carney's indictment in Atlantic County, I have been in regular contact with Mr. Cosgrove regarding any possible impact the New Jersey indictment may have on Carney's Massachusetts cases. I am informed by Mr. Cosgrove that in December of 2025, the Massachusetts State Police contacted LS to look into the New Jersey situation, and LS essentially confirmed what was already on the record in New Jersey. In other words, contrary to what LS has claimed, Massachusetts' interest in her was to gain an understanding about the New Jersey allegations, not to use her as a witness or source of information related to the Massachusetts cases. On July 31st, 2026, Mr. Cosgrove informed me that he has never spoken to LS. He also stated that he has no knowledge of LS speaking to D.A. Morrissey. It is hard to fathom that D.A. Morrissey, the conflicted district attorney who specifically engaged Mr. Cosgrove to handle Carney's matters, pumped LS for information about Carney for 3 hours and spoke to her on Christmas Eve, but somehow failed to inform Carney's specially assigned prosecutor. This appears to be another fantastic lie in LS's too-long-to-count list of lies in furtherance of her need to be considered important in the online orbit surrounding Karen Read and Carney. Demand is made for any information or material in your possession, custody, or control regarding coordination between or among LS, your office, the Norfolk County DA's office, Mr. Cosgrove, and or the MSP regarding Carney. This includes any information or material that LS and DA Morrissey spoke personally and any information or material that LS and DA Morrissey spoke personally and any records associated with LS being provided as security detail by any law enforcement agency. If no such evidence exists in light of LS's detailed claims, this fact demonstrates another lie by LS, which is also favorable and must be disclosed. With respect to LS's claims that she was promised full immunity by the Norfolk County DA's office in exchange for cooperation against Carney, demand is made for evidence in your possession, custody, or control that LS sought, expect, or received or was promised immunity from criminal prosecution in exchange for cooperation against Carney, whether in New Jersey or Massachusetts, and whether such inducement was made by New Jersey or Massachusetts authorities. Actual bias against Carney. The messages we recently received make it clear that LS's detestation of Carney stems from jealousy that she didn't get enough credit when Carney published a story describing her interactions with Paul O'Keefe. The defense possesses evidence that after Carney published the story about LS's abuse of O'Keefe without identifying her, LS initially was thrilled that she had become a prominent, albeit anonymous, person in the online circus surrounding the Karen Read case. On March 26, 2025, LS bragged to an online friend that she spit her drink out laughing at people outside of court mocking O'Keefe with a selfie that he had sent LS. She was amazed at what she accomplished, noting, "I never in a million years thought this whole thing would literally break the internet. The internet literally broke." Not surprisingly, it was LS's giddiness over being the centerpiece of the story that literally broke the internet, and her craving for attention as the woman who humiliated Paul O'Keefe that led her to randomly contact strangers on the internet. On March 25th, 2025, under her true name, LS sent a cold message to an unknown woman from the internet, teasing that if people only knew who I am, as she offered hints of why she was important. When the recipient of her message understandably responded, huh? LS provided more hints to reveal her identity. One day before she bragged about breaking the internet, LS clearly was desperate to be recognized for her work. The messages we have been provided contain numerous other examples of LS's motives to falsely accuse Carney. LS has even fantasized about physically harming Carney. On one occasion, she noted that in New Jersey, people get assaulted for his conduct. On December 16, 2025, LS said she would, quote, drive to his house with a bat. She joked that she had 2 weapons. I will not say what type. LOL, let's ride. I have 2 weapons. If you prefer them, I could kick his blank. Emphasis in original. Demand is made for any information or material in your possession, custody, or control, which may tend to show LS's actual bias against Carney and tends to show that her hatred of him and desire for attention may have motivated her to falsely accuse him. The above referenced examples are but a limited sample of exculpatory and discoverable evidence related to LS. It stands to reason that you have possession, custody, or control of much more information that requires disclosure to the defense. Accordingly, pursuant to Brady, Giglio, and Rule 313.5 or -3, we demand prompt notice of whether such evidence exists, prompt disclosure of the existence of such evidence, disclosure of it, or as required by Rule 315.3b1, a list of undisclosed evidence and explanation on why it hasn't been disclosed. Very truly yours, Mark A. Betterow. CC to Erica Heliko, Robert Cosgrove. Ooh, put it on notice to Cosgrove. So, Betterow's a genius. Now Cosgrove's got to turn this over in Rule 14 discovery to Betterow in the Massachusetts case. Notice how Betterow's a genius. Linda Kennybade, the lawyer for Aiden as well. Darren Gelber, I have no idea who that is, and Aiden Carney. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here's my opinion. I'm going to finish up for the day. We're going to do Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. And then I'm going to eat lunch, and you're all wonderful. Here's my opinion. So, you know, I talked a lot about, like, intelligence operatives. Did you all listen to that letter? If you listened to that letter closely, I think it's pretty clear Aiden's. You got some good sources. All right, and they may say 1 or 2 things to you that indicate to you they don't like Aiden, but really they're just waiting for you to give them derogatory information on yourself so it can come around to bite you. Oh my word, listen, I don't know exactly where this is going to play out, but if even half of this is confirmed, this prosecutor's office, in my opinion, I don't know the details yet, I need to see a response to a motion to dismiss, is going to run away from this case. Because now you got the prosecutor who's going to have to testify in a pretrial hearing. It's going to get so ugly. And frankly, I don't know if Cosgrove's going to move to revoke bail. It doesn't sound like he is, but anything can happen in these cases. On this basis, I think Judge Doolin would laugh at them again. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a little towel, but Judge Doolin, he's just, and I know it's in front of Judge Belzeos now, but like, they all talk, and I just feel like no judge in Massachusetts is going to look at the facts of the Jersey case. I don't know the full facts or the person involved, but no person's going to look at that record as presented by the defense and be like, yeah, I'm going to bail violate you on that. No. They didn't bail violate him on the window shop incident either. All right, let me get Pete Bunnytell. His friend Francine isn't here. We went way longer than I wanted to. I wanted to stop at 11 so you could go do your thing for the day. It's raining here. I'm going to go eat. God bless you all. My voice is getting a little tired, so this is Pete Bunny. He's our towel mascot. A lot of people were asking, by the way, why is Pete Bunnytell the channel mascot? So first of all, he has been the channel mascot for years. Like, at least 2 years, maybe a year and a half. During coverage, like a long time ago, we were talking about bunnies or something, or animals. We like animals on this stream. And so I looked over on my desk to, like, my sort of bureau, and I noticed this stuffed bunny that I had gotten from my mother for Mother's Day, like, I don't know, 12 years ago, right when I first got very sick and had to move home, where I've been ever since, in like 2014. I got her a Mother's Day gift, and she rejected Pete Bunny. She didn't want him. She said he was too big. That was her reasoning. I don't know. So I just took him and put him on a shelf. You know, Pete Bunny on a shelf. He didn't really bother anyone for those 12 years. I mean, he's pretty clean. Nothing really happens over there, so he just kind of sat there next to a lamp. He was having a good time. I think there's like a video game box over there too. There's like nothing over there but a lamp and him. He's sitting there, and I notice him one day, and I'm like, he looks lonely. So I go and grab him, and he appeared on the stream for the first time. I introduced him as Pete Bunny Towel. He's fluffy. He's adorable. I adopted him. So he's our channel mascot. Now, this was years ago. And if you watch the streams, he's not like a permanent character, but every end of the stream, he pops up. And he's here for Tippecanoe and Tyler too, and he says, God bless you all. And he's virulently anti-communist. I mean, that's really where it started. So, he really doesn't. I mean, the John Birch Society would have loved to have this man, this Pete Bunny Towel, as their like representation. He hates communists. I mean, if you go back on the streams over the years, he will come out sometimes in the middle of a stream and just start railing on the commies. And it won't even be like related to what we're talking about. He'll just be like, damn commies, and get really mad. So he's our channel mascot, the anti-communist Pete Bunny Towel. I hope you do all have a wonderful day. But let's do Tippecanoe and Tyler too. Shout out Triple Bob. And I want to do this to test my mental acuity. This is where we do the U.S. presidents in order. Here we go. President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, President Monroe, President Adams Jr., President Jackson, President Van Buren. 9 is William Henry Harrison. 10's a little tough. 11 and 12 are Tippecanoe and Tyler too. So that's going to be Polk and then Tyler, Taylor, and then it's going to be 13 as Millard Fillmore. Then it's going to be Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford, B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples to end your morning stream? Thank you for watching Breakfast with Towel. I hope you all enjoyed the goat videos. I'm going to go now because my voice is a little sore. God bless you all. The point of this public information service is to educate, inform, and entertain. I use 20% entertainment to buffer your brain from trauma, and then I use 40% education, 40% information to engender and coach a public discourse. If you like that, sorry about that, it's raining hard today. If you like that kind of thing, if you want to see more, please consider supporting Towel Channel. You can find more information on how to do so in the stream description. Thank you all for voting on today's poll, by the way. A lot of you said you're exhausted. I am too. I'm going to go eat some lunch now. As I mentioned, there's a Discord. There's ways to donate if you want to support this stream. # Grant Smith Ellis on Cash App, Venmo at Grant-E1, PayPal.me/Grant Ellis. God bless all of you. Got a lot of coverage coming up over the following few months, including on-location coverage starting October 6, 2026, from the Boston Federal Courthouse for the Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore trial. I'm thrilled to announce we're not fully there, but we absolutely on Towel News will have full wall-to-wall coverage due to the compassion of so many of you to help support Little Towel, and I'm grateful. So do consider joining the Discord. If you've never been on the Towel Discord, it's great. Lots of people talking in there. Lots of wonderful Towel chat moms. Lots of different channels. Ukraine War, a lot of great updates in that channel. Almost every day, in fact, from Tripoli Bob and others. The main channel's hilarious, a lot of emojis in there. And then there's some great updates on the Iran war as well. And sometimes when a big thing happens, you're going to hear about it first from me in that Discord. I'm going to then announce the stream in there first. So it's just a good place to monitor. God bless you all. Thank you so much for being you. Our traditional outro would go, if you benefited from this stream today, if you really want to pay it forward, look for a reason to do a small act of service or kindness today. Consider donating to our homeless vets. There shouldn't be a single veteran or service member homeless in the U.S. against their will, or we've failed as a society. Consider a donation to animal shelters run by our vets or that help our service members or vets, or a donation to animal shelters in general. Consider a donation to The Big Issue if you're in the UK, or even consider something as simple as waving at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels during the outro forevermore. In that way, ladies and gentlemen, may we pray the current realpolitik continues to change from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love, therein allowing us to live up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in turn bringing about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a peep bunny towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. God bless each and every one of you. May God protect us all and all of the animals. Thank you for being you, Tiffany Bob and Seer, my dear friend, and the Res Bear, and all of you who are here today. I'm sorry I didn't get to go through all your names. My voice is tired. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for being you. God bless you. Signing off at 11:15 a.m. basically here in Boston for Towel News. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 5:15 p.m. in South Africa, 6:15 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 6:45 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. That was your morning news update, Breakfast with Towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless you all. Be well. Tip a canoe. Tripoli Bob. Have a great rest of your day. Signing off for now. Thank you for being with me. Thank you for being you. Good night. Good afternoon. Good morning. Whatever the case may be.